Billings City Council. If you're present with us in the library, please stand with me for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for our invocation by Councilmember Kendra Shaw. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So tonight I'm going to read a prayer in honor of Juneteenth, which is the first federal holiday in my lifetime to be added. So that's pretty exciting. So this is a Catholic prayer, so please join me, bowing your heads. We pray, O Lord, for change. Jesus, you revealed God through your wise words and loving deeds, and we encounter you still today in the faces of those whom society has pushed to the margins. Guide us through the love you revealed to establish the justice you proclaimed, that all peoples might dwell in harmony and peace, united by that one love that binds us to each other and to you. And most of all, Lord, change our routine worship and work into genuine encounter with you and our better selves, so that our lives will be changed for the good of all. Amen.
Amen. Denise, would you call the roll?
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Shaw,
Here.
Councilmember Yakowicz,
Present.
Neese,
Here.
Ewalt,
Here.
Joy,
Present.
Chariki,
I'm here.
Harrington,
Present.
Ronning,
Here.
Boyette,
Here.
and Brown.
Is excused. So just for anybody who has been here before, you know that we just asked that everybody keep their voices up, because we do not have amplification anywhere in this room, but there's a single microphone right there in the center. So it's very sensitive, and it'll pick up things that you don't want it to pick up sometimes. But if you're a long ways away, it might not pick up what you do want it to pick up. So be sure to keep your voice up and try to direct it toward the microphone as much as you can. With that, we'll continue then with our meeting. The first item up is our approval of minutes. We've got two sets of minutes before us, May 24th and June 14th. Council, is there motion, questions, corrections, anything relating to minutes, either any one of them or as a package? Is there a motion? Councilmember Boyette?
Thank you, Mayor. I move that we accept the minutes for May 24th, 2021 and June 14th, 2021 as read.
Thank you very much. Is there a second? Councilmember Neese makes a second, and here I just want to observe what I think Councilmember Neese was probably going to point out, that on the June 14th minutes, on page 4, at the bottom of the page, there's two paragraphs on the written copy that we received. Those are in reverse order chronologically. That change has been made, and that has been corrected. Councilmember Neese, was there anything else that you wanted to comment on?
Yeah, I just want to make sure that's reflected in the record, and so if we need to make it as amended, because I know the written record went out to the public incorrectly.
That's correct. So, Councilmember Boyette, can we assume that your motion includes that correction?
Yes.
And Councilmember Joy, who I believe Councilmember Neese made the second, so obviously that is consistent with the second. Any further discussion on the motion? Don't see any, then all in favor of approval of both sets of minutes, please raise your hand. Voting in favor are all members of the City Council. Motion passes unanimously. Any council courtesies this evening? Councilmember Ronning.
Thank you. I just want to let everyone know, and I'll be reminding everyone as this moves forward, but on August 7th, our Billings firefighters and our Billings police will be playing a softball game against each other. The game takes place at Dealer Park prior to the Mustangs game. And the Billings Police Department is playing for, I think, Billings Education Foundation, and the fire department is playing for muscular dystrophy. So I'll just keep reminding everyone to get your tickets, come to the game, and support this this great event and these good causes.
Thank you for that reminder. When does the
I think
police fire department play the administrators?
Yeah.
'Cause I know where I'm going to put my money on that one.
Well, thank
So-
goodness it's not city council, so.
Yeah, or city
Yeah.
council, even more so. All right, thank you. Any other council courtesies? Okay, we do have a proclamation this evening. It's in recognition of Relay for Life and Survivor Avenue. The proclamation reads as follows. Whereas July 9, 2021 is the date of the annual American Cancer Society Relay for Life of Yellowstone County. And whereas Relay for Life will culminate efforts by teams and individuals across the area to raise funds to support local survivors and find a cure for cancer. Whereas Relay for Life is a time for those impacted by cancer to gather together to remember lost loved ones, fight back with those currently battling cancer, and celebrate those who have overcome the disease. And whereas COVID-19 still provides a reason to be cautious when gathering in large groups, especially for those who are currently fighting cancer. And whereas despite this reality, it is still important to recognize the courage and sacrifice of cancer survivors and to continue to search for a cure. And whereas organizers of the 2021 Relay for Life are encouraging people to drive down 24th Street West in Billings on Friday, July 9th, beginning at 6 p.m., to view thousands of luminaries and to honor those who have been lost, cancer survivors, caregivers, and family members. And whereas on July 9th, a special section of St. John's Avenue, west of 24th Street in Billings, will be dedicated to showcase luminarias that solely honor cancer survivors, and registered survivors will receive a purple bag with their name on it to recognize the challenges faced by survivors and the victory that they are having over this disease that takes too many too soon. Now therefore be it resolved that I, William Cole, Mayor of the City of Billings, declare that for Friday, July 9, 2021, St. John's Avenue shall be ceremonially renamed as Survivor Avenue, and I encourage the entire community to drive through the Relay for Life Yellowstone County event and support local cancer survivors. That concludes our proclamations. Council, do we have any council reports from groups, organizations, committees that you serve on behalf of the city? Councilmember Yakovich.
Thank you, Honor Council. Your Honor, I may be premature, but I know you're working on the USS Billings. Will there be a crew coming this coming week or next week? I don't know if you want to just share a little bit about that.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Yakovich. We'll have, I think, 6 members of the crew of the USS Billings arriving on Thursday, I believe it is, of this week, and staying through the 4th of July weekend. And they'll be reaching out to youth groups in town. We'll get them to a Mustangs game where they'll unveil the MIA POW chair at the end of center field at Dealer Park. We'll get them down to Red Lodge. They'll be able to march in the parade, see a rodeo, for many of them probably the first rodeo they've ever seen, and generally act as ambassadors to our community, and our community will be able to express our appreciation for the whole crew. So thank you for that, and if anybody would like more information, please contact myself, Councilmember Yakovich, or our friends of the USS Billings, Ron Spence, Billings Hotel and Convention Center General Manager, our president of that organization. Thank you. Any other council reports? Seeing none, we'll look to our city administrator, Chris. Do you have any administrator report?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. So first up, a couple of streets downtown, 29th and 30th. You may recognize those are back to two-way streets. Several decades, better part of a century, I think, since they were two-way streets. We've also, to prove that our engineers in Billings are willing to try new ideas, not all engineers are willing to do that. So I'm going to stand up for ours in Billings, who are. You may notice there is back-in parking. A lot of people haven't caught that yet. I've seen most of the cars are still parked front end versus back end, but once you try it, hopefully we'll find that it is a safer way to pull in and pull out. So just a reminder, 29th and 30th are two-way streets. Did someone tell me they drove down it and it felt like they couldn't remember what it was like when it was one-way? So I think they really did do a good job getting the project done. And hopefully it's the first of many downtown. I still have a few members of my house that do not like to drive in downtown Billings where they don't know which direction they're supposed to go on certain streets. So anyways, Centennial Park bathroom. So we had a great ribbon cutting not too long ago on Centennial Park, but unfortunately have had a series of problems with the contractor for the public restroom that will hopefully get those resolved as soon as possible. What I want to point out tonight is they've not been paid any money, and they won't be paid until they rectify the problem. So very frustrating that we don't have a working public restroom in that bathroom or in that park, but please be assured that the staff is holding them to finish and get that right before they receive payment for that. So we'll provide another update probably in the weekly as to what we learned, but I know there's people out in the public who have been frustrated by that when they go to use our latest new dog park and new kind of regional park. Two more items briefly. One is tonight, at least for the foreseeable future, this is our last meeting, city council meeting here at the library. Part of the amplification of sound has been a bit of a challenge. We're back at City Hall, which will have its own set of challenges, but will be sound, hopefully will not be one of them. So we'll be back at City Hall, starting with our next meeting. I believe that's July 6th because of the observance. July 6th. Thank you. And then, unfortunately, there will be we've ordered the equipment so that room can be ultimately set up to do Zoom calls like we do here, but we will be some weeks or months without that capability until that equipment is in and installed. That's been pretty challenging through the pandemic as a lot of people have been ordering that kind of equipment. So we'll get moved over there for July 6th. And last but not least, we do not have any ex parte communication for tonight's meeting. So thank you, Mayor and Council. I'd be happy to answer any questions if you have.
Councilmember Neese?
Thank you. Chris, are there any kind of temporary bathrooms being there at Centennial Park now for visitors in the park?
There is at least one porta potty that's over by the field, pretty close to the existing bathrooms.
Okay. And quick follow-up on that as well.
Sure, go ahead.
Will the contractor be held responsible for the cost of that as well?
We'll work the best we can as far as, we've expressed our frustration with them working to get this wrapped up and get it fixed. But I wanted you guys most importantly to know they've not been paid, and we're just hoping they're going to do the right thing and get it taken care of. They've not been paid for the project.
And I'll just observe that the dog park has been very, very popular, especially in the evenings when it's a little cooler. There's typically 15 to 20 dogs out at any given time, and hopefully as many owners. And the dogs do not seem to be bothered by the least with the absence of a bathroom over there. It doesn't impair them at all. Councilmember Yakowicz.
Thank you, Honor Council. Just on that topic, someone reminded me, Mr. Kukulski, that there may be a lot of gophers and their dogs are kind of tripping in the hole. So that was just someone told me, and if you wouldn't mind just checking on that. Gophers there, and then on 6th Avenue in Montana. They were just talking about that, but in particular Centennial Park dog park.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we'll move on then to public comment on non-public hearing agenda items. So what that means is that anybody who's interested in commenting on any item on the agenda, please wait if your item has a public hearing associated with it. Tonight, that's all of the items on our agenda with two exceptions. One is anything on our consent agenda, which is item number 1, and then all the subparts. And then item 6A and 6B, which deals with the public safety mill levy. Those do not have a public hearing. So if you'd like to be heard on anything under item 1, the consent agenda, or anything relating to the public safety mill levy, now is the time to do so. So if you're here in the library, we'll start with people in the library. We'll ask that you keep your comments to 3 minutes or less. Tell us your name and address up front. And then we'll go to anybody online and ask them to use the raise hand feature at the bottom of your screen on Zoom to tell our clerk that you'd like to be unmuted. But first, is there anybody here in the library who would like to comment on item number 1, the consent agenda, or item 6, public safety mill levy?
Lori Nelson, 4235 Bruce Avenue. I'm here to talk about having our road paved. Just for the record, we've tried to follow every procedure and every suggestion for over 10 years on this, so tonight's the night, and I hope I can get some approval from you folks. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anybody else who'd like to be heard on item number 1, the consent agenda, or item number 6, public safety mill levy?
Hello, my name is Tyler Cruz. I live at the 4200 block of Bruce. I'm just here to speak on the new road. We've all been plugging away on this to try to get it done. I just ask that the council please do this in a timely manner, and we'll get this handled. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
Kevin Nelson, 4235 Bruce Avenue. So probably just a little bit of background. You know, we just didn't show up here. You can see that through some of the documents that you received all the way back to June of 2018. I mean, I'll just read it. The Suburra Board approved getting Bruce paved, the 4200 block of Bruce paved. It was a unanimous vote. Steve went and talked to Deb Melling, and her comment was her position is not no, but not right now. It was be in 2021 or 22 fiscal year, and that's when it is. Even the board down there said if you can move it up, go ahead. So that's what we did. And the only reason we showed up is so when the unimproved street list was put together, Bruce wasn't on it. I inquired, I said, why isn't Bruce on the unimproved street list? Jim Tevlin says he couldn't put it on there because it'd make the TIF district house poor. House poor. When you get all done with Bruce and Hollowell, you'll still have $5 million in your fund. This project's going to end in October, November. You get first half taxes. There's another $2.5 million. So you'll have $7.5 million in your fund with all the bills paid. Is hardly house poor. I guess I'd like to be house poor with $7.5 million of cash. And that's why we're here. I mean, we went through the process. We got the board approval. And when we didn't end up on the list, we came back to the council and said, could we get this done? Because it seemed like we were just left off. And so there's sufficient funds by the staff memo. I think they said approve it. And we'd ask for your approval this evening. Thanks.
Thank you. So this is the time for public comment on anything on item 1, our consent agenda, or item 6, the public safety mill levy. If you're here in the library and like to comment on either of those items, please come forward.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Tom Rupsis, 105 Legends Way. I speak tonight in favor of the public safety mill levy. The plan that Administrator Kukulski and his team have produced is not the plan that any one of us would have individually designed, but it's comprehensive, specific, and has a good chance at addressing some of our most pressing issues. I have one main concern. For years, as a member and now as chair of the Parks Board, I've heard council request information about ongoing costs of maintenance for new park and trail assets. You recognize that we can't put new assets in without maintaining them, and that the cost of that maintenance increases over time. Yet on this discussion, we've not heard one question about how the cost for the resources we're adding with this levy will increase and how that will impact our financial situation in coming years. In the past 35 years, our police and fire budget per capita has increased about 2% faster annually than the value of a mill. This discrepancy is expected as our costs are impacted by much more than just real estate values. The point is not that budgets increase too quickly, but that funding those budgets with fixed mill levies is an insufficient approach that creates budget deficits. That 2% difference means that after only 5 years, the 34 mills may raise $7.8 million, but what we purchased today will cost $8.6 million, an $800,000 deficit. There's nothing special about tonight. For once, we're acting on something important, not on the last available meeting date. I ask tonight that you delay the vote on the second reading for 2 weeks. Ask for projected 10-year cost increases for this levy, the 3 public safety mill levies combined, and the police and fire budget as a whole. There will, of course, be lots of assumptions and estimates made, but that doesn't mean that the projections won't be useful. Discuss whether to tweak the levy to account for the projected cost increases. This will demonstrate that not only does council want to do something about our crime rate, but that you care about fiscally responsible financial management. One of the reasons I'm running for city council is that we seem to regularly find ourselves in this crisis response situation. We get in a tough spot, we ask for just what we need, or if we're being honest, we ask for less than what we really need. And then a few years later, we find ourselves right back in another tough spot. This is an odd cycle for a community that values fiscal conservatism. To me, being fiscal conservative does not mean only asking for just what you need. It also means making sure we don't leave those who follow us with foreseeable and preventable problems. It's how we manage our families and our businesses. I believe that as Billings grows, we need to more proactively manage our government this way as well. Please continue your strong support for a public safety mill levy. Just take a brief pause to make sure that we're not creating foreseeable problems for councils down the road. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else here in the library who'd like to comment on any of the items on under number 1, our consent agenda, or item number 6, public safety mill levy? I'm not seeing anybody step forward, although please do if you change your mind. Denise, is there anybody online? And if you are watching online on Zoom, you need to use the raise hand feature at the bottom of your screen. Click on that little hand, and that way Denise knows to take you off mute and put you together with City Council. Denise, is there anybody who's raised their hand online?
Yes, Mayor, we have Carrie Boiter. Go ahead, Carrie.
Thank you, Denise. Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. My name is Carrie Boiter, and I live at 946 Yorkshire Court West. I'm here before you once again to testify about the need for a public safety mill levy that invests heavily in housing supports, in addition to services for behavioral health and substance use disorders. I volunteer my time as a commissioner for the Housing Authority Board, which has recently been rebranded as Homefront Partners for a Better Billings. And I'm also a member of the leadership team for the Continuum of Care, among other volunteer roles in the community. And to give you an idea of the housing crisis that is upon us, it was reported to me that there was a day recently when Homefront received a call every 2 minutes from someone in need of stable housing. Every 2 minutes, someone was calling our only public agency tasked with providing housing to the most vulnerable members of our community. And we are only beginning to see the long-term effects of expiring moratoriums on evictions, coupled with the astronomical real estate crisis. There are no easy answers. There's no unending well of money. I understand that. But I'm asking you to consider adding housing supports back into the portion of the public safety mill levy that is dedicated to mental health and substance abuse services. I realize it's 2 mills, but it's important that we get this language right before it goes to the voters so that it's clear exactly how this money is intended to be used. We only get one chance to go before voters, and we owe it to taxpayers to invest these mills wisely. Adding in the words housing supports to the language would give the experts in our community development department, among others in the city, the authority to expand their reach beyond the federally mandated HUD guidelines and to factor in the local needs expressed right here in Billings. Providing the city with the discretion to fund housing supports doesn't take away from the ability to fund behavioral health needs or services for substance use disorders. It merely augments them. It's worth considering what happens to someone when they successfully complete treatment but have no source of stable housing to turn to. We simply cannot afford to consider one of these silos without considering the whole continuum of care. If we want people to be successful in treating their behavioral health challenges and overcoming their substance use disorders, we must invest in housing supports for them to take the next step in their recovery. There simply isn't enough permanent supportive housing. We also need transitional housing and a permanent location for the temporary shelter currently being provided at Off the Streets, where, by the way, 313 unique individuals have been served since November. 313. These people won't simply vanish away because we wish away the problem. So in closing, I urge members of council to revert to the original initiative language as passed by this body, which called for investing in homelessness and mental health, or as an alternative, consider investing in housing supports in addition to mental health and substance abuse services. I would also support Mr. Rupsis's suggestion to postpone for another 2 weeks to discuss these measures further. Thank you again for your time. I'm happy to take questions should you have them. And on a separate issue, I do want to support paving of Songbird from Midland to Frontier Drive. As the recommendation notes, it's critical with the Malawi Lane construction coming in 2023. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Denise, do we have anybody else online?
No, Mayor. That appears to be our only speaker tonight.
Okay, thank you. And I do not see anybody else in the library here who's come forward. So we will close public comment on non-public hearing agenda items and move to item number 1, our consent agenda. First, council, are there any items to be separated on, for separate vote on item number 1? Councilmember Purington.
I would like to separate 1A2, the Bike Boulevard Avenue D.
Okay, any other separations? Councilmember Chiriki?
I'd like to separate item 1E, the change order for Hallowell Lane improvements.
1E, Hallowell Lane improvements. Any other separations? Councilmember Neese?
I'd like to separate number 1F.
1F, amendment number 1, work order 2037, stormwater utility development. Any other separations? Seeing none, is there a motion pertaining to the non-separated items? Councilmember Boyette.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to approve consent agenda items in total, except item 1A2, 1E, and 1F.
That is the motion. Is there a second? Councilmember Shaw. Thank you very much. Discussion on the motion. Is there any discussion on the motion? Councilmember Boyette and then Councilmember Ewalt.
On item 1A2, the Bike Boulevard, I guess this would be for Deb Milling.
And, you know, we'll have a separate vote
okay.
there, so we can just hold those questions, but at least Debbie's on alert. Yeah. Councilmember Boyette?
Hey, I just want to encourage Songbird Drive. I've been out there 100 times talking to people driving. They're stuck on Maloney Lane. We have to have a separate entrance, another entrance to this area. This is a necessity. We have to have Songbird done as soon as possible.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Ewalt?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm looking at 1A, 3, 4, and 7. I guess this would be for Debbie. All 3 of these are going to be put in as narrow streets with no sidewalk, like Fourth Streets and Meadow Streets. Is that right?
So Highwood will look a lot like the Poet Streets. Park Lane is only a 20-foot right-of-way, so that will be very narrow. And then Harrow is also a maintenance project. So these ones that are done under the non-maintainable, what we call them non-maintainable, they are just a maintenance project where all we're doing is resurfacing and putting curb and gutter in. So we build to whatever width we can, given the existing right-of-way and the existing improvements that are already on the street.
Follow up, please, Mayor.
Go ahead.
I think either Highwood or Harold Drive, I think it was Highwood maybe, it says in the write-up that it would be inconvenience to the property owner, but does that mean it was right away there, but they don't want to do anything with their landscaping? Is that it?
I will have to look back and see where we say that, but the only convenience to the property owner we would look at is if there's large walls, trees, anything that makes it really difficult to build on the full right-of-way width. Somewhere like Harrow and Highwood, neither one has a lot of traffic. Local street, residential street. So we build to what really is necessary in those existing neighborhoods.
Another follow-up, please, Mayor.
Go ahead.
So we could be looking to do this same thing on a lot of these gravel streets that we're trying to improve, where we don't have to put sidewalks in. All we have to do is put down a band and blacktop and maybe 20-foot wide to keep the cost down, and maybe we can get some of the gravel streets in as blacktop streets, or is this only to that part of town?
So we have two different programs. One is our non-maintainable program, where it's existing neighborhoods that have streets constructed, and we go back in and resurface. We require the curb and gutter to keep that asphalt, to have a longer life with that asphalt. SIDs are gravel streets that have never been constructed, and when we construct them to city standard, which at this time is full width, curb, gutter, and sidewalk. If the city council wants to revisit that practice, we certainly can revisit it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions on the motion? Councilmember or comments on the motion? Councilmember Purington.
Mayor, I didn't remember the number, but I want to recuse myself from 1A G.
1A, what was the number? Or the
I
subject?
guess it'd be 9. What is that number? It's G. No, it'd be 1G. Sorry.
Okay, 1G, Asset Management Program, Consulting Agreement, Jacobs Engineering Group.
Correct.
Okay, and that's because you have some connection to Jacobs Engineering.
No, it's kind of what we do for a business.
Okay, so typically we'll separate that item because we, just to make it clear that that's a recusal, just as we would do with Councilmember Brown. So we'll come back to that one a little bit later. Yeah, so that I'll call that a friendly amendment, Councilmember Boyette, consistent with your intent. That's okay?
Add 1G as an amendment.
Okay, and Councilmember Shaw, you had the second, so thumbs up, I saw. So the motion has been amended to exclude item G. We'll come back for a separate vote on that. Any other discussion on the motion for approval of the non-separated items? I'll just comment on item 1H, that we appreciate the Public Library Foundation donation of $21,000 for the book locker that'll be outside the library here. Money came in through their Food for Thought event, and all the supporters there much appreciated. If there's no other discussion, we'll move to a vote then on the motion. All in favor of the motion for approval of the non-separated items, please raise your hand. Voting in favor are all members of the City Council. I'll move then to the first separated item, item 1A2, work order 2108, Bike Boulevard Avenue D. Councilmember Purington, that was your separation. Would you like to start us?
Yeah, I had asked Debbie, and she gave me quite a good response, which I appreciate, kind of explaining to me what a bike boulevard was compared to what a bike lane would be. And so, Debbie, I guess my question is, with having a bike boulevard on Avenue D that goes from Rose Park all the way down to North Park, why would this be different than the use already on Holly and Rimrock, where they do have wider streets? Is this more for recreational? And then the second part to my question would be regarding safe routes to school. Using this amount of money for a safe, or for the bike boulevard, why would we not be using this more towards the safe routes to school?
Sure. Thank you for that question, Councilmember Purington. Mayor, I assume it's okay for me just to
Please
jump
do.
in here?
Yeah, and if you can address both those, that'd be great.
Sure. So bike boulevards actually do provide a facility for a larger audience or a larger group of users. Bike boulevards are very, very low volume local streets. So you'd feel more comfortable if you're a family or pulling a bike trailer with a kid in it or something. Sometimes those streets are major arterials that are more high speed, the rim rocks. They're a little intimidating for people to ride on. And, they're not for they're not used as much by our family bikers as they are by more of the commuting bike community. So bike boulevards really are more of, they serve that larger need for more kids, the different type of bike user. And I'm not sure if Wyatt is on, but I'm sure he knows a lot about bike boulevards, can probably comment as well. And I think that the use of this is really to encourage that other user group to be able to have facilities. Bike boulevards can also be used by our commuting bike users. So this really, it just meets a large need for this, and with a lot of existing infrastructure.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilmember Ewald?
Thank you.
And then Councilmembers Shaw and Boyette?
For Debbie, I guess, again. So that means every intersection from Rose Park to North Park is going to be closed through vehicle traffic? Is that the way I understand it? Isn't that what a
No.
boulevard is?
No, it won't be. The idea behind a bike boulevard is to make it very inviting to bikes, but not to traffic. So there are stop signs. It isn't a through street. It becomes more of, the vehicles won't want to use it because there are stop signs along it, but it does have cross traffic and it does go through. So it's just not going to be a vehicular through street, meaning it's not stop signs the whole way for the vehicular traffic.
Hello, please, Mayor.
Go ahead.
So is there going to be four-way stop signs, or is it going to be just stop signs on Avenue D?
Would you like me to pull up the set of plans? I've got it here on my computer. I don't know how in deep depth we want to go here, but I can certainly pull up the plans and we can go through the route. It is not four-way stops everywhere. There are some locations of four-way stops. There are some places of enhanced crossing. It really was a design that looked at the entire stretch and put in basically the minimal amount of control that needed to be there to meet the need. We didn't put in diverters, and I think, Councilmember Ewald, that's what you're referring to as the diverters we had talked about originally. We don't think we need them on this route. So there are not diverters in this design.
Okay, last one. We'll move on to the Councilmember Shaw and Boyette. Councilmember Ewald?
And the other question I got is, along this route, will there be any place where the bicycle people will have a yield sign to cross traffic? Because sometimes vegetation causes problems because you can't see a bicycle coming, and I fear we're going to have a lot more bicycle and automobile accidents. We're putting in all these bike lanes all over town, and I have yet to see a place where it says yield other than the ones where we got the flashing lights.
So the idea behind the bike boulevard is to allow it to be a throughway for the bikes. So the bikes don't have stops. That being said, they do have crossings. So like every major street that has an enhanced crossing, that's what these will look like. So when the bike gets there, they'll stop and hopefully look both ways, and then they will go when the traffic stops for them.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Shaw?
Thank you. I wanted to quickly respond to the question about if this is a safe route to school. It is. It runs right by my house. In my neighborhood, we have a real problem getting kids from the north side of 27th Street to McKinley, which is on the other side. So that's a real big issue. This will really help with that. With that in mind, I'm going to really encourage council to pass this and go ahead and put forward a motion for approval.
Okay, we have the motion. Is there a second? Councilmember Neese. Continued discussion now on the motion in front of us. Councilmember Boyette and then Neese.
Thank you, Mayor. Debbie, I drove this yesterday, and I did not find it inviting. There's cars on both sides of the street. At times I had to pull over because there was no room to get through with another car coming. Unless you put stripes down the middle and stoplights everywhere, it's not inviting. Can you talk about, are you striping anywhere so that people know where to ride their bicycles? And can you address the parking issue? I think you did that earlier.
Certainly. So the idea again is to be on the low speed, low volume neighborhood streets where there is parking. It will be signed that it's a bike boulevard. There are some street pavement markings, a lot of signs directing people to this location. And then, like I said, just the ability to keep cars from seeing this as a through street is where most of the improvements are made. Parking is not removed. The more parking on streets, the lower the speeds. So it actually helps to keep the vehicular traffic moving slower in some of these neighborhoods.
Thank you. Councilmember Neese and Councilmember Joy.
Thank you, Mayor. Debbie, I just want to follow up on Councilman Boyd's question about the parking and the fact that there is going to be parking there. Two questions is then how is that sharing? I guess it's sharing the road is what we're doing. Are there signs that there? I've seen that in other cities where it has a picture of a bike and it says share the road or something like that with these arrows. And is that the kind of message you're going to give to the drivers to know that they're sharing the road with bikes? Is that how that's doing? And then also, I guess you can follow up on this is going to change the neighborhood feel of all these houses, what they're normally used to. Has there been any notice given directly to the owners of the properties on this street to let them know that the city's changing the way this road is going to be utilized?
So, Councilmember Neese, the first answer is yes, that's exactly what it is. There will be sharrows which show that you're sharing the road, bikes and vehicles sharing the road. So those sharrows will be installed throughout the project along with the signing. And then as far as reaching out to the neighborhoods, we will do that once the project gets underway. There will be notifications and probably have a public meeting, I would think, before construction starts. The road will look, these are low volume roads as they are, so it will still drive very similarly to how it does now.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Joy.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm so glad we're having this discussion because this is my time to tell you that if you come to the Strawberry Fest, Lise, the active transportation coordinator, and I will have a table and we will be explaining to the public what our bike boulevard is and how it works and the areas that it goes through. This is a very important part of active transportation, and this is part of what the module learning training that I did with the CDC on active transportation. The reason a low volume street is chosen is so that bicyclists feel more comfortable. The mayor and I got a walking tour of a section of it along Avenue C, I believe. It is very slow traffic, and I was lucky enough to be able to speak to the bicycle pedestrian committee that meets to give advice to the council, and we had a very good discussion. As a matter of fact, someone said, if my house were on a street with a bike boulevard, I would want my yard to look very nice. Because if all of that traffic, bicycle traffic is going by, I would like to be able to say hello. I would like to help them feel like this is a comfortable place to ride. So the feedback that I've received so far from different people I've met with has all been very positive about this investment in active transportation. And as we do know, it's very close to our hospitals. It will go close to MSUB. It will be close to Senior High. It will be close to Rose Park. All of these are destinations where people can bicycle to get to where they want to go. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other discussion on the motion? Councilmember Treaky.
Yeah, I would like to point out that one of the urban design things that happened in the last 50 years in order to slow down traffic and make neighborhoods be safer for children and families is cul-de-sacs. You know, the problem with cul-de-sacs is that you cannot go through the streets. This is a very similar attempt to do the same type of thing on some streets. We do not have to have fast-moving traffic on every east-west street in the city. There should be some where the traffic has to slow down and where people can actually live out in the front yards and on the sidewalks and on the streets. You know, so in my opinion, this is just another way of doing cul-de-sacs, which are very popular in Billings, you know, but there are parts of the neighborhoods that we are structured in such a way that we can't do that. So we need to find ways to control the traffic to create that same effort. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Purington?
Debbie, just one last question, and I don't know if you want to answer this or Wyeth. How many of these bike boulevards are planned? Are there any in the city now? Is this, I read the information, I read through the master plan for bikeway and trails. I didn't really see the bike boulevard terminology. I think it was mainly the bike trails, because there were a lot of different lists there. So are there more planned? Are there any currently in place?
Thank you, Councilmember Parrington. No, there are none in place. This is going to be a new facility for us. And there are two in the 2016 bike and trail master plan. There are two identified as short-term projects. This is the first of them.
Just follow up, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
And I agree, I see this as, as a good thing. It's not particularly bad. I'm surprised at the cost. And as we have talked a lot about safe routes to schools, that was my concern. Because some of this is around the park. It's around, Pioneer Park. So there are areas that I see as being good and slowing the traffic down or keeping it down. So I don't see it as a bad thing. I was kind of surprised at the cost and just seeing, future-wise what that would look like in Billings. So I will probably vote to do this, see how it works.
Thank you very much. I'll just have a comment and then also a question for Debbie. It's a pretty simple concept. It's just a way to consolidate bikers in one area so to make their life easier, but also to make motorists' life easier by separating those uses. Missoula has them. And my observation, and I guess the question is, they have plantings in the intersection every, I'm making it up, 4 or 5 blocks or so, and it gives it a nice park-like feel. So the question is, are we going to have any of those? Maybe not at this price tag, but long-term, it does add an awful lot to a neighborhood and an awful lot to this dedicated bikeway. And last comment, there is, Debbie, nobody on the face of the earth except for a handful of transportation planners really know what a bike boulevard is. And so I'm wondering if we could talk about a little rebranding, something like neighborhood bikeway. I think is more descriptive of what these things really are. But can you comment on the possibility of plantings and also the name if you'd like to?
Certainly, Mayor. So one of the things that is used very often in these neighborhood bikeways or bike boulevards or whatever we're going to call them is to have diverters or something to slow the traffic down every few blocks. Small roundabouts are used in many communities to achieve that. Looking at this route, we don't believe we're going to have a problem yet with the traffic, so we didn't add any on this phase. If we see that we're getting a lot of traffic using this, then we may look at adding something like a small roundabout, which is where a lot of those plantings come in, or a diverter, or something that does put those facilities right in the middle of the street.
Okay, thank you very much.
As far as the name, as far as the name, I will have to get with the planning group and see if they have another name for these.
Okay. Council, I encourage us to move on. We got a long agenda, but quickly, Council members Joy Boyette, Ewald.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. The Active Transportation Coordinator has a survey, so I will ask her to include the Mayor and Council. And you can take a Survey Monkey and choose what you think would be appropriate names.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Boyette.
Thank you, Mayor. Can you tell us where the rectangular rapid flashing beacons and push buttons will be installed? Is there 1, 2, 3, or 4 of those?
I have the drawing here. Let me see if I can find the locations. It looks like we have one on 13th, one on Virginia. 13th and Virginia, it looks like where we would have those major crossings, and 17th. Those are new crosswalks. I'm not sure if they have the beacons on them. I will check on that.
Thank you. Councilmember Ewald.
Thank you, Mayor.
And then we'll move to a vote.
This is going from Rose Park to North Park. Is that it? Is Avenue D straight through from Rose Park to North Park?
Do you want me to put the drawing up? I've got some pretty easy exhibits here. I can certainly throw them up here for a second if you'd like to see them.
Yeah, I don't think
It'll
it
show the route.
goes through.
It doesn't go straight through, no. It kind of winds its way through.
And then, of course, Pioneer Park is a major block there. Okay, council, are you ready to vote? Okay. All right, then the motion is for approval of the item 1A2, consistent with staff recommendation. If the motion is clear, all in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Voting in favor are council members Cole Trickey Shaw, Joy Neese-Yakowicz, Ronnie Boyette, Purrington. If voting in opposition, please raise your hand. Voting in opposition is Councilmember Ewald. Thank you very much. Next separated item is item 1E as in Edward Hallowell Lane improvements. Councilmember Trickey, that was your separation. Would you like to start us off?
Certainly. So my comments are basically that to me, this is an example of what I call relationship politics and not policy politics. It is about who someone is and their relationship to council. If any other street in the district were getting this, I wonder if we'd be getting the exact same kind of response from the people on Bruce Street that we're getting right now. I have no problem with Bruce Street being paved. I think it should. Every street in that TIF district needs to be paved. My question is, what is the rationale that we have for pushing Bruce Street to the front of the line against the recommendation that was made by this borough board at this point? And I haven't heard a good, clear answer to that question. Why should we be adding Bruce Street to the list right now? So that's why I brought it up, and that was why I wanted to debate it.
Obviously, that's not a question, but there's no motion on the floor yet. But is there Councilmember Joy and then Councilmember Neese and then Councilmember Ronning?
I move we approve change order number 1, work order 20-30 Hollowell Lane improvements to Edward Street for the amount not to exceed $350,000 per the council direction at April 26, 2021.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Councilmember Neese. Okay, now comments or discussion or questions about the motion. Councilmember Joy, you made the motion, and Councilmember Boyette.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Once again, Ward 3 seems to be on two different sides of things. Well,
that's allowed.
Anyway, that's allowed, right. Thank you very much. I understand. I did not vote to direct staff to continue this forward. I went down and I visited the area. And I talked further with some of the different people that are involved, and it seems as though Bruce Avenue is a dead end. Arden Avenue is a dead end, and they go into a street called Stevens Lane, and that is not an improved street. So I think that there's more work to be done. The Suburra Board will be discussing their recommendations or putting their CIP improvements together. I hope that the next improvement that they want to make is there on Stevens Lane. I think that would actually solve the problem. Paving streets that run into gravel is not a good idea. And I hope that, since I made this motion, I hope that when Stevens Lane is improved, it does not cause further complications for having already improved and paved Bruce Street. So I'm hoping that this works out well and Stevens Lane gets paved, and then the problems are really solved in that little section. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Boyette, who is the next? Or Councilmember Boyette and then Councilmember Neese?
Thank you, Mayor. 46 years ago next month, I was a brand new deputy sheriff driving my patrol car on the south side, and I tore my muffler off. When I got back to the sheriff's department, my sergeant chewed my rear end out and said, you're going to pay for that, young man. I said, I'm sorry. He said, well, by the way, where did that happen? I said, it was on Bruce Street. He went, oh, never mind. These streets back then were horrible. They didn't even have street signs. We had to memorize the street signs. We had to memorize with the streets. I encourage everyone, I want all of these streets to be paved, period. We need to do it.
Thank you, Councilmember Neese.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to point out for the record that in the memo where it states that we're increasing the city administrator's authority by 10%. It's only for this project, not across the board.
Thank you. Any other discussion, Councilmember Ronning?
Thank you. Okay, that was part of my question. Is that what the motion was?
As
Because
it's recommended by staff.
Okay, so that was, because I saw this same thing on the staff memo. So your motion, the motion is to approve the change order to add Bruce Avenue to work order 20-30 and increase the city administrator's signing authority, and specifically for just this one, right? That's the motion?
That would take a question to staff answering whether or not this was one-time only increase or whether,
Yeah, that's what
because it's not clear in the memo.
That's what I want clarification.
Sure, Debbie, the intent of the motion was to be consistent with the staff recommendation in the staff report. Can you clarify what that staff recommendation is in the report?
I can. The recommendation is only in regards to that work order. So both parts of the recommendation are for one work order, just this one project.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Okay,
And I'll
thank you.
support this motion.
Thank you. Any other discussion on the motion? Councilmember Ewald?
So, thank you, Mayor. The reason we have to increase that 10% is because the $350,000 is already 10% of the Hollowell project. Is that it? So if we increase it 10%, that means we can spend $750,000 on that street. Or real close to 3/4, because you got 350 twice.
So Mayor and Council, the way that the purchasing policy works is that we have up to 10% of the project amount to do change orders through our city administrator. If we use the entire amount on this one change order, it means we have no change orders going through the project, no change order authority that can be approved by Chris. So what this does is just set us back at that 10% baseline that we would have had on the project on Hollowell. Not just on Bruce, just on Hollowell and Bruce.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion on the motion? Now we'll proceed to a vote. The motion is for approval of item 1E, consistent with the staff recommendation. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Voting in favor are Councilmembers Cole, Joy, Neese, Yakowicz, Ronning, Boyette, Purington, and Shaw. Voting in opposition, please raise your hand. Voting in opposition are Councilmembers Treacy and Ewald. Thank you very much. Motion passes. Next item is item 1F, amendment number 1, work order 2037, stormwater utility development. Councilmember Neese, that was your separation. Would you like to start us off?
Yes, I would. The question is for Debbie. I emailed you, Debbie, about this. I'm really concerned about the direction the city's going with stormwater development, creating a whole another utility, which will be another department, which will really grow the city when it's being handled presently within some public works. And so the reason I separate this out is because my intent is to vote against this, but I want to hear from Debbie as to why, I went along with this mainly for system development fees, so we can get the cost of what we can actually charge for future development. And it appears that this is growing way beyond what I'm willing to support. So, Debbie, if you can kind of explain the rationale why we're going down this whole other way, which seems to me way more than we need to go for just system development fees.
So Debbie, if you would comment on that, but if you would address specifically the use of the word department, my understanding is there would be a new division, which would be a subset of your department, or what is the kind of the organizational consequence here?
So thank you for that question. Not necessarily, probably not. We decided we'll use the word stormwater program instead of utility because that does give the illusion that it's something different than it is. What we need is just a program where everything we do right now under storm drainage is put together in one place that we can clearly see assets, revenue, expenses, level of service, everything that we do, how development occurs, how it works for people that are currently in the system. The stormwater program is just a way that we can put together a more inclusive program of system development fees, of rules and regs, of the rates, how we structure our rates, just everything put together. So probably using the utility was maybe given the wrong impression of what this is intended to be. It doesn't mean it will be more staff. It doesn't mean it will be another division, department. It's just a program.
Quick follow-up on that.
Go ahead, Councilmember Neese.
So as I see it, is really looking, it's moving the cost structure from off the tax rolls to a utility, monthly utility fee is really what I'm seeing here. But what I don't understand about what you said is you have to keep it, it's a way for this to be kept separate. I would imagine that Public Works can keep all those facilities and all those items maintained separately in their asset management program under the heading of utility without having to go through all this study to create a whole nother subsection. I'm not sure why it's not being done now and why we have to have a study to actually move it forward in that direction.
So it is being done now. The way we do it, we don't think is equitable, and we don't think it provides the level of capture of our services that we have the ability to do. For instance, development. We don't capture that, so the system development fee comes in there. There will be an opportunity at the end of this to say we still want it on our annual taxes. We don't want it on our utility bills. But that's what we want to present to you as the pros and cons of doing that. The rest of it is really figuring out what level of service we want to provide. We have been asking City Council to approve projects and approve master plans and that sort of thing without having a strong basis for telling you this is what you're approving. This is the level of service that we're providing. So the whole goal behind this next phase is to bring all that to you so you can make a very concerted effort to say this is what we want from you, staff. And it gives you those pieces so you can make that decision.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Joy and Shaw.
I move we approve amendment number 1, asset management, I move we approve number 1, work order 2037, stormwater utility development phase 2 professional services agreement, FCS group, to the amount of $379,095.
Thank you. Councilmember Shaw, you have 2 fingers up, so I assume that means second. Discussion now on the motion. Before we get to the council, City Minister had his hand up, so Chris, go ahead. And then we'll look at Councilmember Shaw and Councilmember Ewald.
Thank you. So Mayor and Council, I just would like to address Councilmember Neese's comments. I don't care what we call it, but I would call out that in essence it is a utility or it is a service. It's being regulated by the federal government, being regulated by the Department of Environmental Quality. 25 years ago, the federal government started regulating this, and in the Midwest and around the country, because, now we got to pay taxes when it rains. We have millions of dollars of infrastructure under the ground managing stormwater, and it's regulated by those 2 entities. And so whatever we need to do to properly, I think, build that system, maintain that system, and operate that system is necessary. Because to not do it floods people's property, causes property damage, and runs us at risk of being in violation of federal laws with regard to keeping the Yellowstone River clean and other things. So whatever we call it doesn't matter to me, but the fact that we're having this discussion of how to properly understand what infrastructure we have and need, and how, maybe even most importantly, how to equitably pay for it, instead of it just being kind of a part of a street construction project or other piecemeal things we've done, and that's not a knock on Billings. Every community I've worked in has had a piecemeal system to stormwater until frankly forced to go this route and really separate it. So I would encourage you to support the steps and us to continue to understand this system so that we do make sure we're in compliance and that there's an equitable funding system for who is paying and who's not necessarily paying more than their fair share for these systems. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Shaw Newell.
Thank you. I wanted to speak to this motion and encourage council to support it. This seems to me yet another area that we could very easily kick the can on, and we've seen that happen in many departments over the city for many, many years. We just had somebody get up and give public comment saying they're running for city council partially because of this issue. This is something we need to solve, and not now, and today, and not 30 years from now when the pipes start failing en masse. So I would strongly encourage us to support this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Ewell.
Thank you, Mayor. So this is on our tax funds right now. How much, and how do you determine how much people get charged for it now? Tax funds, is it a mill, 2 mills? How is it on the tax?
So right now it's a fee that's based on zoning and square footage.
It's based on
It's
what?
just assessed on the tax bill.
But how do they assess it? You gotta have, on a tax bill, it's usually by mills, isn't it?
So our assessments, arterial fee, street maintenance fee, any SID, this stormwater fee, they're all assessed on the taxes as well.
Okay, so why can't we just increase the assessment on the tax bill and leave it on the tax bill?
We can, and that's one of the options you'll have. We'll be able to, when we bring this back, the city council will be able to pick how we assess, what structure we use, what amount we use. All of these options will be given to you when we have them put together.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Purington?
What is the projection, Debbie, of when this will be complete, if this is approved?
I think the date is 1 year from now, probably in about 9 months, we should be able to come back with a draft or some idea of what we're looking at.
Okay, thank you.
Any other discussion on the motion or questions for staff before we go to a vote? Seeing none, so the motion is for approval of item 1F, consistent with the staff report. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Voting in favor are Councilmembers Cole, Tricky Joy, Yakowicz, Ronning, Boyette, Purington, and Shaw. If voting in opposition, please raise your hand. Voting in opposition are Councilmembers Neese and Ewell. Motion passes. Thank you. Brings us then to item 1G. Councilmember Purington will be recusing herself on this. Amendment number 1, Asset Management Program, Consulting Agreement with Jacobs Engineering Group. Councilmember Yakowicz.
Yes, Your Honor, I make a motion to approve amendment number 1, assessment management program, with the Ms. Purington not voting.
Is there a second? Councilmember Boyette. Discussion on the motion. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, we'll proceed to a vote. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Voting in favor are all members of the City Council with the exception of Councilmember Purington, who abstained. That concludes then item number 1, our consent agenda. I almost went to Councilmember Brown's abstention, but since he's not here, that's a pretty effective abstention. So that concludes item number 1. Regular agenda item number 2. Denise, would you read item number 2?
Yes, Mayor. Public hearing of first reading ordinance for zone change 992, a zone change from N3 suburban neighborhood to N2 mid-century neighborhood on Lot 2, Block 29 of Lake Hill Subdivision, 5th filing. An 18,466 square foot parcel of land generally located at 117 and 119 Glen Haven Drive. Eric Schnellbach is the owner applicant. Zoning Commission recommends approval and adoption of the findings of the 10 criteria. Action this evening is approval or disapproval of Zoning Commission's recommendation.
Thank you. Karen is our presenter tonight. Karen, it's all yours.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. It's nice to be back in person with you all. This is a zone change recommendation, proposal to change an N3 zone to an N2. The surrounding zoning to the north and to the east is N3. To the west and to the south is a parkland, the golf course. The subject property was constructed in 1962. It was constructed as a duplex. The reason for the request for the zone change is because the current zoning doesn't allow duplexes in that district. This neighborhood is a pretty diverse neighborhood. Properties to the south of Almaden are multifamily, as well as a commercial.
Sure. Karen, could you, been asked to have you speak up? Could you raise your voice, please?
I will do my best. So, as I stated, this neighborhood is a diverse neighborhood. There is single-family, multifamily, as well as commercial development. Some photos for you. This is a subject property. This is looking to the south, and this is looking over to the golf course to, this would be to the west side. This is looking to the northeast side of the property. This is looking west across the golf course and to the south. This is an overview aerial photo of the property. The site plan submitted by the applicant shows the side-by-side existing duplex as it sits on the property. There are no plans to change the property. This is simply a request so that he can get a rebuild letter in the event that there is some damage or total destruction of the property. The Zoning Commission held their public hearing and is recommending approval based on the findings of our 10 criteria. This does meet the growth policy criteria as well as the Heights neighborhood plan. It's increasing the density for this one parcel is very minimal. It's just allowing an existing property. Adjacent uses and zoning are compatible, and it allows a mixture of housing types. That concludes my presentation. If you have any questions.
Thank you very much. If you can shrink your screen, I'll see the council members. Council, before we open up for public hearing, do we have any questions? And Karen, I assume there is no presentation by the applicant, is that correct?
The applicant is online. If you do have questions for him, he's available to answer.
Thank you very much. That's Eric Schnellbach. Is any questions for Karen or the developer or applicant? Councilmember Neese?
For Karen. Karen, thank you. I'm pretty familiar with the property. I drive my bike here all the time. It's been that way quite a while. The question I have is, I guess I have two questions. Were there any oppositions to this and by the neighbors? And second, if this were to burn down, they were to rebuild, and to know how many units could they build on the property?
Okay, the answer to your first question, there was no one in opposition. He had one neighbor that sent a small email that said they had no problems with the change in zoning. And the second part of your question is they could only do 2 units. It's simply to make sure that they can rebuild as it is.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions, or is there a motion? Councilmember Ewald? Or I'm sorry, I appreciate it. No motion. We haven't had our public hearing yet. That's presumptuous. Any other questions for Karen before we open up for public hearing? Councilmember Purington?
Well, just a quick question. If I understand correctly, and this may be Wyeth, but Karen, I mean, it doesn't matter. So with the recode, this is why this zone change is asked.
Actually, the property was built in 62, which was before zoning, and the previous zoning would not have allowed them to rebuild it as a duplex either. So either way, before recode or after recode, they still would have needed the zone change to get a rebuild letter.
So follow up.
Go ahead.
So just for me to understand, regardless of whenever those zones changes, so are there going to be a lot of people that have to come back and ask for a zone change with existing properties?
Existing properties, Recode was, the effort of Recode was to stop a lot of the zone changes and variances that were for existing properties. So there may still be some other properties that haven't needed a rebuild letter in the past and that may in the future need one and still have to have a zone change or a variance. But the effort of Recode was not to have as many. So I don't know if that's clear, if that answers your question.
Well, it is, and I guess it's, for me to understand, why would this property owner now decide, well, I need to get this, because it's just basically not zoned, I would assume.
No, more than likely what happened as it was constructed before zoning, they probably had financing in place or did possibly a contract for deed, which didn't need a rebuild letter. And they haven't had to get financing until recently, and they chose to refinance or sell the property. So that's what brings forward this type of change.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else for Karen before we go to a public hearing? Don't see any, so thank you very much. We'll open it up for public hearing on item number 2, zone change 992. First, if there's anybody here in the library, please come to the podium now if you'd like to be heard on item number 2. Also, if you're online and you'd like to comment, please use your raise hand feature at the bottom of your screen. Click on that little hand and Denise will take you off mute. First of all, is there anybody in the library? Don't see anybody in the library, so is there anybody online, Denise, who has used their raise hand feature to be heard? Eric, our applicant is with us, I can see that.
Yes, and let me just see here if I can. Eric, are you able to speak? No? Go ahead and, there you go.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, Eric, you just put yourself back on mute, or somebody did. Your little microphone has a bar through it, so. There you go. Eric, go ahead.
There we go. Yeah, council and mayor, I just wanted to kind of let you know, like planning lady said, I recently went to refinance earlier this year, and I was told basically I could not unless the zoning was changed to allow for a rebuild in case of the event of a loss. That's why I'm pursuing the zoning change, just to allow that refinance.
Thank you very much. Okay, if Eric, you don't have anything else, then Denise, anybody else online who wanted to comment on item number 2?
Mayor, I see no one online.
Okay, and we do not have anybody in the library, so the public hearing on item number 2 is closed. Councilmember Neese?
Having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken public testimony, I move to approve and adopt the findings of the 10 criteria zoning change 992 as recommended by the zoning commission.
And Councilmember Ewalt has his fingers up for a second. Discussion on the motion. Is there any discussion on the motion? If not, we're going to proceed to a vote. No hands up, so the motion is for approval consistent with the staff recommendation. All in favor, please raise your hand. Voting in favor, all members of the City Council who are present, motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Brings us to item number 3. Denise, would you read item number 3?
Yes, Mayor, public hearing, an amendment to the consolidated plan and FY 2021 annual action plan to the CDBG-CB budget. Community Development Board recommends approval. Action this evening. Approval is approval of the Community Development Board recommendation.
Our presenter looks suspiciously like Wyeth Friday as opposed to Brenda Beckett, but
actually, yes, Mayor, thank you. Brenda is going to join us on the Zoom call this evening, so I'm going to help with the slides, and she is going to be speaking to you to go through the presentation.
So you're like the dummy and she's the ventriloquist, is that what you're saying? Okay, all right. Then Brenda, it's all yours.
Great, can you hear me, everyone? Are we good? Okay, great. So we've had this deluge of federal funding, and this is the second presentation I'm making to you regarding the allocation of these funds. And so we'll go to the next slide. This is the CDC coronavirus funding. That was the initial CARES Act allocation just to the Community Development Division through the Community Development Block Grant Program. And we actually would not be where we are today without our AmeriCorps VISTA members. Amber and Blake did hundreds of hours of research and following through with surveys and data entry for thousands of surveys. So I just want to give them a great shout out. And I think that there's a perception maybe that they didn't have a really good turnout for their surveys. And when AmeriCorps VISTA members of this caliber come into our community and they do a project like this, they are shooting for the very top. I mean, they want 50% of those surveys back, and that's nearly unheard of in the world of researchers. So in research, you typically get about a 5 to 30% return. For them to get 35,000 surveys out in a community of this size, and then get 3,000 responses, over 3,000 responses back, including over 1,500 low-income households, families, individuals to respond to this survey. That's phenomenal. It's just huge. By comparison, our last national citizen survey that was run by a professional company that was, I imagine they weren't an expensive company. They garnered under 400 responses for a community this size. So that's the difference between the caliber of what they've done and the energy and effort that they were able to put into it. So I wanted to just make that clear. They're amazing, and the assessment is awesome if you have a chance to read it, or even just page through. So, okay, next slide. Great. Okay, so I'm going to go through the CV timeline, and it's pretty complicated, so I'm going to show it to you in stages. I apologize. But if I put all these words on the page at once, it would just blow everybody's mind first. So I do this kind of cascading, leading in text sideways so that you can kind of see one event leading into another, and those events are related. So we started this CV timeline back in April 2020, when the first awards came later. And then 4 months later is when HUD decided to tell us how we could actually use those funds, what the requirements were, and all of the regulations came in through them. So whenever they issue funding, like we're going to see in a couple of minutes with this other funding sources, it's a great thing that it's issued, but the regulations haven't even been written. So that's something that we need to kind of pay attention to as these allocations come in. I know that finance has actually been impacted by this as well. So then in October, we received a second award letter. When we originally received under $400,000, the board, Community Development Board, and the staff were thinking, okay, that's a couple of projects, it's not going to be a very big deal. And then when we were allocated over $500,000 in a second award, that changed the entire scope of everything that we're doing. So it kind of flipped the apple cart over for us. By December, the community assessment draft was done, and our analyzation begins. And anybody who's read that, the analysis of the data is very extensive. So it took us a few months to do that. All right, next slide. So coming to this year, we created a timeline for the Community Development Board. We drafted the findings for them and sent them to the board. And then the board prioritized our activities. The applications were designed, tested by our board members, our staff members, and lots of volunteers. And they were put online, and then the applications were due in May. The Community Development Board made recommendations on those applications that were received, and then council action is this month. Next month, I will be submitting the amendment to HUD, and it has to be completely submitted, including any revisions that HUD needs prior to August 16th. Sorry. Okay, next slide. Okay, so throughout this entire process, we're also running a dual process for our regular CDBG and home funding. And the application for that is available in December, and we go through all the public response and research questions and everything that we need to be getting done, including the rewriting of an annual action plan and getting board decisions on our recommendations and city council action through May. April, and then we submit to HUD by May 15th. So this timeline will become important, but you can see that we had to run a dual process, basically essentially doubling the work that we had to do for those federal funds. All right, next slide. So we're just going to move this CD timeline to the left because a little birdie dropped on us. Home ARP for the American Recovery Plan, $1.2 million. Again, no rules. They gave us very limited information. So we're going to move that timeline over so we can kind of focus on home ARP, which I've been calling HARP just because it's shorter. But okay, for next slide. All right, so we just look at the home ARP funding. The recommendation from staff and our board right now is just to wait for the rules. You have to wait for these rules. It could take months, but right now the current home program that they're issued under actually does not fund some of the activities that were listed in some of the notices. So exclusive to the population's homelessness or at risk of homelessness, or people fleeing from domestic or dating violence, human trafficking, and there's a bunch of other little categories along those lines. So the eligible activities are housing-based. We can do production of affordable housing right now in home and tenant-based rental assistance. But the rest of them, I think we can do some housing counseling as long as it's attached to an address, like first-time homebuyer that's been purchased. But we can't pay for like a social service housing counseling just for everyone. We cannot pay for homeless prevention services really at all, unless it, nope, can't even do that. Because in home, you have to sign a year lease. So the last category, there are two, development of a non-congregant shelter. We can't pay for shelters with home. So there have to be really big rules that make waivers and change the home program a lot in order for them to fund the actual things that were listed in the American Recovery Plan Act. So that's a really big deal for HUD. Lots of writing, lots of attorneys reviewing everything, making sure things are going to go well. But I thought I'd give you kind of just initial thing so that we know that I imagine it's going to take 4 to 6 months for them to get those program rules issued. So that happened between the end of like the very last days of April, beginning of May. So I'm thinking September, October. And then of course we have to learn all about the program. Staff interpretation, getting HUD's guidance in order to proceed with program development. So, all right, next slide. Okay, so I had questions about why do we only have 2 applicants for the CDBG-CV process that we have? I don't know if anybody's kind of looked at the allocations that have been issued in Yellowstone County, but the state has issued $108 million in coronavirus funding specifically to the county, 2 businesses and organizations within the county. These are all the ones that I have seen that are available on their website or were available. Some of them were available multiple times. So let's say if you an organization first applied for the social services nonprofit grant the first time, then they would have an opportunity to apply again. So that's why you kind of see the initial grant was $10,000 for them, and then they were able to apply or just submit something for another $150,000 for that specific grant. So if we're looking at these grants and we compare that to the needs of the assessment, these are all of the things that were already funded by the state. And so there's millions of dollars that have come in for these programs. Next slide. For the social services nonprofit grant alone, $8.3 million. So a few examples of those organizations, and this information is on their website, but you can see that lots of them received the first $10,000 and then also got the $150,000 after that. So when you look at these allocations, maybe they're not needing the funding that we have, maybe they're meeting the need that they have. It's just lots of money has been coming our way. This was actually really surprising to me. Like, this is just a tiny sample of all of the organizations. There's dozens and dozens of these organizations that have received this grant. All right, next slide. And these are the total grant recipients for the Behavioral Health and Substance Abuse Disorder Grant. $2.3 million was allocated here, and the highest award was $782,000, all the way down to $1,500. So this is quite a bit of money coming in for this, and we're really excited about that because that was our #1 need, was mental health substance abuse, or substance use programming. So that was one of the big needs there, and stress management. All right, next slide, there we go. So we're gonna go back to CDBG-CB. All the regulations apply. We have to prevent or prepare for response to coronavirus. Low-income individuals have to benefit. We have to extend those funds within 3 years, 80% of those funds. I think that we can look at maybe a workout plan if we have some extenuating circumstances, but of course there's not a lot of anything written about that. And our prioritized community development board recommendations, this is just copying and pasting right from your council memo, so you know that it really wanted to assist low-income beneficiaries first, and then do public improvements facilities second, and then work with social service agencies and public health support for those listed activities on a tertiary basis. All right? So the remaining $554,000, almost 555. There are three things that are listed in your council memo. We would like, the board has actually recommended renewable awardee agreements. Some of our board members thought, well, $55,000 isn't enough for the meal program, and maybe we could do more than one public restroom facility. So we said, well, let's just write that in, and if they're compliant with the grant requirements and they're drawing the funding down in a relatively timely manner, we think that we can allocate more funding to them. We just have to have a renewal process for them, and of course, right. So we'll have to do like an abbreviated, some kind of application, and then be able to renew those. So we're working on that language for the separate city agreements. The CD board wanted to direct staff to work with other city departments, and I think that's probably, that they're recommending that whomever has the authority to do that, make that recommendation or instruction to staff. They would like to have very invested in increased cleaning frequency for public restrooms and facilities, not only for city departments, city parks, that was like a primary thing, but also other companies, people that are working, anybody that's running a public restroom facility that needs additional cleaning over top of what they're already paying for, that would be something that we could fund. And installation of new public restrooms and hand washing facilities, very good. There's also some new HUD guidance that talks about the development of infrastructure, including water lines. So I've sent that information over to a staff member at Public Works to see what's going on there, see if there's any potentials. And then on the last end, we are also looking at including CDBG-CB in the CDBG and home allocation cycle. I know there's a lot of acronyms, but remember it was the December to May timeline. That would be where we would include this and just wrap it into our other process and advertise it just like we would for CDBG and home. And we do have a list of prioritized activities that were identified also in the needs assessment and prioritized by the city board. We would do April recommendations and final allocation decisions then, and then resubmission to HUD in May. All right, next slide. So you should know that, what we're focusing on today is a substantial amendment. And the substantial amendment is really just the document that says, here's the scope of activities that we're going to, that we plan on funding for CDBG-CB. And it would include all of the recommendations here and some other language that if there's anything else that CDBG-CB can fund, that the City Council would also consider that. This is really important to keep that language kind of loose because CDBG-CB has kind of been a rolling and revolving program. We learn more and more about it over time and what's okay and what's not okay. And so the biggest goal for today is to get our substantial amendment submitted and allocate the funding that we can for administration and to organizations, and then start making plans for allocation of the funds to other projects and activities, and we do not have to name specific organizations, and we will not have to do another substantial amendment with HUD. We would just, if it's along these lines, then it's okay to go. We go to the CD board and the city council, and then we can roll. So substantial amendment is basically to get the language to HUD so that they can approve the breadth of the activities that the city would like to undertake. All right, next slide. Oh, that was it. So questions?
Okay, thank you very much, Brenda. So essentially what we're being asked tonight, correct me if I'm wrong, is to approve your draft major amendment, which I guess is a term of art, and then second, the two awards. Is that correct?
Yes, and administration is also included there, because we know exactly what that amount is.
Thank you. Your award or your presentation went into the process a lot, but not to the individual awards. Could you give us a quick summary of the two proposed awards?
Right. So, should I skip that slide, Ryan?
I think you.
No, I didn't. It was administration, and the Salvation Army would like to. Katie Easton's here. Yay. So Katie from the downtown Billings, she could also talk to that as well. But we're hoping to kind of lean into additional bathrooms with Katie. That's my secret plan that she knows about. And also for the Salvation Army, they actually were on the Community Development Board meeting and answered some questions for our board members then. So let me go back there. I must have this slide somewhere, don't I?
I'm pulling it up for you just a second. I think it came out of the PDF for some reason, so hold on.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, while you're looking for that, Council, why don't we start with some process questions, if anybody has them for Brenda. We won't get into the award questions until we see that, and also give the applicants an opportunity to comment as well. But sort of process questions. I saw Councilmember Ewald, Councilmember Trickey, Councilmember Parrington. We got lots of them. So whoever I started with, Councilmember Trickey.
Thank you, Mayor. Brenda, is this all federal money, or do we have a city match that has to go along with it?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Is this all federal money, or is there a required city match to get this money?
100% city funding. I mean, federal funding. I was surprised. There it is. There's the slide. Huzzah.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Trickey, I think you had your hand up, and I apologize, I won't get the order correct on everybody else, but Councilmember Trickey.
Playing with my screen.
Oh, okay. Councilmember Neese, I know you had your hand up.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I want to touch back on the 3,500 surveys and the response. I think I asked this the last time during the work session. I didn't hear, I see you guys didn't know, but it appears if you use the city water department, half of the Heights wasn't represented in your, I'm assuming your survey or needs analysis. And I am concerned about the fact that you've missed a lot of the residents in the Heights. We do have some areas up there that are low income that probably could have responded to this. And so I would like to hear how much response did you get from the Heights when you developed this program?
That would be something we have to ask the Vista members because they did a deep dive there. They can probably give us, and I don't know, I have to look back at the questions because it was back in December when we did that, but I'm not sure if they asked for zip code at that time. But I do know that the Heights Water Board was emailed the survey, and that the survey was also distributed through the Housing Authority of Billings. They have a lot of units in the Heights. And so there was not just the water, the water bill mailing, and it was also, hand delivered to the nonprofit organizations that serve the low-income citizens of Billings. 70 of those organizations and 26 responded. So that's a really great return as well. So I don't think that we missed the Heights. I think that it may not have gotten into that specific water bill for those property owners, but they did have other methodology that got it to residents all over the city.
Very quick follow-up.
Okay, thank you. And I'm just going to ask you to go ahead and de-share so I can see the other council members, but now we know we've got the slide on the individual awards. We'll come back to that topic. Councilmember Neese, and we'll go on to a different council member. Councilmember Neese?
Yeah, I guess the other question on that, I know you said you sent it to the city water department and they mailed it out with their bill. I don't know if you're familiar with it. It appears that you guys aren't familiar with how the Heights Water Board sends their bills out, their postcards, so there would be no inclusion of a mailer of asking for a survey. And I find it, I guess I would rely on the Heights Water Board to actually survey their customers, like the city may have done that. So did the city pay the cost of surveying or of creating the mailers and mailing that out in their billing?
Yes, we did that with redevelopment block grant funding, which is an eligible expense.
Okay, so it was reimbursed with the block grant money. Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Yakowicz and Councilmember Ronning?
Thank you, Honor Council. Brenda, I did not make a comment last week, but I want to thank the Vista volunteers for their hard work and really appreciate what they did. They did a lot of research that many of us could not do or did not do. I guess, and I don't really have a question on where the funding goes, but my question is, how do we hold that? How can we find some accountability? Or can we, with the money, the list of people that did receive funding? I assume that you did not have all the responsibility to issue that money out. But if you did, or however, my long story, my question is, how do we hold people accountable, or how do we hold organizations accountable to what the funding they receive? Will they report to you, or is that part of that administrative funding?
Yeah, it is. They have to be monitored for the duration of the activity, and they would submit quarterly reports that includes demographic data on everyone that they've served, and they have to have additional information. They have to provide a narrative, and all of those have to be in place every quarter before they can ask for a request for reimbursement. So if they don't have any low-income beneficiaries to report with that data, we don't have anything to show that something actually happened. So they would not be able to be reimbursed for that activity. We can't just provide activities for no one and use federal money for that. So there's also an annual on-site visit. So there's quarterly desk reviews and then annual on-site reviews. But first, we really want to we give them, we're planning the same process that we did before with CDBG and home is a subrecipient training meeting that goes over all of the federal requirements and then, reviewing the subrecipient agreement in detail and the quarterly report forms, the format of that. We're hoping to go online with that too. And then just making sure all of that is solid before the subrecipient agreements are actually signed. So there's quite a bit of training involved and staff time involved with that. And it's not just like this year, it would be for at least 3 years. And if we have additional funds that we're spending after that 3-year period, even if it's the last 20%, we have to keep reporting on that and keep records for that for a 5-year period. So this is like 7 or 8 years of time that we're going to be involved with this grant program. So it's, the accountability has to be there up front before they actually ask for city money, and we would reimburse them. It's a reimbursement basis for expenses, so they would be motivated to provide that demographic data and the results data.
Okay, thank you very much, Brenda. Councilmember Ronning, and then Council will go to back to staff for the presentation on those the 2 recommendations for awards, and open it up for public hearing. Just a reminder, we've got 16 minutes before we normally get to our typical break point. Councilmember Ronning?
Thank you. Thank you, Brenda. So my apologies, and I will share with you, for me, it's a challenge to kind of understand everything you're saying. So I apologize if you actually answered my questions and I just was having a challenge understanding all that you were saying. So 2 questions. One is, considering the housing crisis that we're experiencing and the expectation of the possibility of people losing their housing, did you clarify or did you state that the funds that are being distributed and have to be distributed within the next 3 years cannot go toward low-income housing or affordable housing? They only have to go toward social service programs? Could you clarify that for me? Thank you.
Sure. So the CP program can absolutely pay for rent and mortgage assistance. But it can't, because the typical construction and development cycle for affordable housing development, new affordable housing development, or a large rehabilitation for a building is 4 years. HUD recommends that we not undertake large construction projects with this funding. However, on the home ARP funding or the HARP funding, that I'm hoping is an eligible activity. It looks really clean. It's eligible for home now. And so that would be a clean, I think that application process would be up by next year, the beginning of next year. So that funding could be used for it. Currently, we didn't, the state actually, rent, mortgage, utility assistance was the first thing listed on our public services activity application. And nobody applied for that. And I think it's just because there's been several allocations of funding, including the ARP funding actually came in, right? The second wave of funding came in after the state closed their initial programs for rent and mortgage assistance. They started advertising for another rental program, help with paying for rent, 6 consecutive months again. So that was, those funds, I believe that those are being taken care of, but their housing costs, there's a compounding factor here, and that's our housing costs are increasing here. Our purchase prices are increasing here, and that is a huge issue that won't be fixed with $1.2 million or even $19,000. So that's going to take quite a dedication of resources to change that.
Okay, thank
you, Brenda. Thank you, Brenda. And then the other question I had is just, when you use the term non-congregate, I think you said non-congregate housing. Could you?
Non-congregate shelter. That is so confusing,
non-congregate
right?
shelter, okay. Could you define that for me, please?
Yeah, so non-congregate shelters would be like individual units so that families or individuals could use those and have safe social distance, basically. So instead of having a big room with lots of beds in it, as a shelter facility, it would be more development of rooms, units, or specific like single room occupancy units, or even like small apartments. So, so that's kind of where it's at.
Okay, thank you.
Sense?
That
Not a big room,
Thank
not
you.
a gym room with a bunch of beds.
All right, thank you very much. If you can bring up the slide of the awards, Wyeth, and then if somebody could turn up the volume on Brenda, might help a little bit. Is that possible on just a little bit? And then Brenda, could you just quickly walk us through the proposed awards? And I can see that we do have some representatives of the applicants. During the public hearing, we'll ask them specifically to comment on their proposed awards. So, Brenda, go ahead.
Sure. Right. So the Salvation Army applied for $55,000 to support their mobile meals program, and from my recollection of that application, and it is also online too on the Billings.mt.gov /CBBG page. So you can look at the language used. I believe it's trades and food for their mobile meals program. And the downtown Billings Business Improvement District is asking for $117,000 to install a new public restroom and hand washing facility. So I'm hoping we can lean in with both of those programs and be able to renew those grant funds. Yeah, pretty simple.
Okay, thank you very much. Council, again, because we're coming up against the break, I'd like to open for public hearing, but were there any questions and if you can go ahead and collapse the shared screen, that would be great. Anything else before we open it up? Councilmember, or go to public hearing. Councilmember Neese and Purington?
Mayor, if it's all right with the council, we have the applicants here for those two programs. Can we hear from them?
Absolutely. We were going to do that during the public hearing, but if because we might have 3 minutes limit, why don't we go ahead and hear from them now? I see representatives from the Salvation Army. Would you like to start? Just if you have anything you'd like to offer, please go ahead. And please introduce yourself, sir.
Hello, my name is Colin Patterson. I'm a lieutenant at the Salvation Army here in Billings. We currently serve, last year we served about 85,000 of our residents in the neighborhood, people that live in this community, people that are trying to find their place in this community. It costs us about $100,000 a year in food that we purchase, and supplies, trays, things of that nature to keep everything going for the meals that we send out 6 days a week to the community. And so we're just hoping we could get some assistance to continue this program that we've done for many, many years to serve our community here in Billings.
Lieutenant Felicia Pedersen, thank you for having us, and Mayor and Council. You know, the Salvation Army, the mission is to meet human need without discrimination in the name of Jesus, and that's what we want to continue to do. One of those ways is through the mobile meal program, and this funding helps us be able to provide the meals 6 days a week to people who are low income, others who are just, you're struggling to make their normal payments, and also some who are, you know, just struggling in life in general. We give them hope and a smile, and it also clears up some other funding to help with other assistance that we're able to provide here in Billings. So thank you so much, and is there any questions?
Don't see any. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Councilmember Purington, we'll go to our other applicant. Do we have a representative from the DBA? I don't, maybe online?
Katie Easton.
Go ahead, Katie.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Katie Easton with the Downtown Billings Business Improvement District. I apologize I'm not there in person. We're actually traveling in Houston, visiting their homeless outreach team this week, and so we're really excited to bring back some of that information. But I'm really excited for the opportunity to install a public restroom and hand washing facility for downtown Billings. The facility that we used in our application, it's called the Portland, as in Portland, Oregon, Loo, L-O-O, the Portland Loo. This is a facility or a unit that is purchased, and it's all encompassed in one unit. So this unit is delivered, it is installed, and then we are proposing that it is added to the Business Improvement District work plan in order to be cleaned daily by our team. And so we believe that
Katie, you're cutting out on us, so you might want to drop your video and see if that improves the audio.
How's that? I hope this is better. Please let me know if it doesn't work. Okay. We're going with the Portland Loo installed potentially in the alleyway off of 29th between 2nd and 3rd. As you all may know, there is currently a temporary porta potty, you know, a construction style porta potty installed in that alley. The installation of this porta potty has definitely improved upon the usage of our parking garages, our alleys, our sidewalks for urination and defecation. This is really targeting a population that otherwise does not have access to either hand washing facilities or a public restroom. And so we propose that we add this to the Business Improvement District work plan, and that our bid team clean and maintain this facility on a daily basis. So we're really excited about it. I'm happy to answer any questions, and there's a lot of really great information about the Portland Loo that I can send to council.
Okay, some of that might be a little oversharing, but that's okay. Councilmember Purington, and then we'll open up for a public hearing.
So Becky, or Brenda, I'm sorry, I had sent an email to you regarding, you know, some of the questions that I had, and I think most of those were not really were answered in your presentation this evening. But I'm just seeing a lot of overlap in some of the areas of the service providers, of what they actually do, and then what this money is being offered for. So I guess two of my questions. One has to do with, I think you made a comment that the two applicants may reapply for additional funds. So I am assuming that you're going to open up applications again is it just for service providers or also for some of these other applicants that were listed in your presentation?
Oh, no, we could, we're, one of the plans that we have in the works is to reopen the application for everyone that would like to apply for those funds in December. And I do have a response to your email. I apologize, I'm on medical leave, so I got these and I got a text from Wyatt about that, and so I worked on the presentation today, but I did send out, like at 4:30 today, I sent out a response, so I'm sure he'll get it to you with all your questions hopefully answered. So that doesn't help you today, so.
Follow up, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
So one other thing that you mentioned of the three things that you're wanting was not only for the Salvation Army and the VID, but also 20% of that goes to administration costs. And I just find that to be pretty high costs. That's $60,000 a year for the 3 years, and you did say, well, it could go up to 7 years, but it just seems like the 20% is an awful big chunk.
It's the same allocation for CDBG admin that we normally have just with the regular community development block grant program, so I imagine that's why they use that percentage.
Okay, just a question there, Brenda, just because the government would allow that doesn't require that we necessarily take it, right?
Correct, but they do.
Right, and reducing that fund will, I believe, will impair the city's ability to comply with all of these new federal regulations. So it's a whole new program. It's literally doubled the workload for our CDBG in-home and CDBG CV program. So it's much needed funding for sure.
Okay, thank you much. Councilmember Neitz, I really want to go to a public hearing. Is this a quick one?
That's regarding the programs that we're presenting.
Okay, one last question.
Okay, Brenda, I can see how, I think you said that this is going to be reimbursed, so they've got to show that they're serving the low income, and I can see how the Salvation Army will be doing that. They're going to know exactly who they serve. But with public restrooms, we have a lot of events downtown. How are you going to ensure that it's being served by low income and not just by general public who's coming down to enjoy whatever happens to be downtown?
Sure. The criteria for a public facility is low mod area, and so the applicant had to define a service area for the public restroom. And we do have a video on how that gets determined as part of our application process. But it has to do with census information and the percentage of people they believe will be utilizing those.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll open up for public comment. This is the public hearing on item number 3. If anybody is here in the library who would like to comment, just ask that you come to the podium, tell us your name and address, ask that you keep your comments to 3 minutes. And if you're with us online using Zoom, you'll need to go to the bottom of your screen and hover down there, and a little hand will show up, and you can click on that, and that tells our clerk, Denise Bowman, to take you off mute. So first here in the library, is there anybody who would like to be heard on our public hearing on item number 3? Anybody here in the library? Not seeing anybody in the library, so online, is there anybody who would like to be heard? If so, please use the raise your hand feature. Denise, do we have anybody online who is asking to be heard?
No, Mayor, I am not seeing any attendees.
Okay, thank you very much. Then we'll close our public hearing. Back to the council for motion. Councilmember Shaw.
Thank you. Having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken public testimony, I move to approve the amendment to the consolidated plan and FY 2021 annual action plan to the CDBG-CV budget as recommended by staff and the Community Development Board.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Boyette, for a second. Discussion now on the motion. Councilmember Ronning and Purington.
Thank you. I'm going to support the motion, but I want to support what Councilmember Purinton said also. I found the administrative costs to be not explained as to what $60,000 a year gets the city on this. So just my encouragement in the future is to offer some type of better understanding to council other than just saying to us it would impair the program. Actually inform us and educate us on how those funds are being used, what those costs are, and just help educate us on that. So that would just be my encouragement in the future. But I'm going to support the motion. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Purinton.
Well, I would support the motion, other than I was also thinking whether to make an amendment to the motion on the 20%. We're seeking to serve low-income individuals and families, our population within Billings. And I just find whenever we take, and I've questioned this before from this organization, that they do take the maximum amount of the 20% for administrative costs, and I just find 20% costs for administration, I just find that to be a lot. And so I would almost make an amendment that we back off at the 20%. I don't know what, but with doing that, I don't know what would be acceptable.
Councilor Purinton, we
So that's kind
understand
of a
your
question,
angst,
yeah.
but almost doesn't count except in horseshoes and hand grenades, as they say. So we're not going to treat that as an amendment, but we appreciate your angst. If you come back with something more specific, of course, we'll deal with that as an amendment while you chew on that one, I guess. Councilmember Joy and Nice.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I will support the motion. I don't know how exactly administrative costs are calculated, but if anybody here has read the federal regulations, the register on the kinds of information that needs to be assimilated into all of the documents that are prepared to be sent to HUD. Everything has to comply with those regulations. That is not a small task. For so many months, I sometimes make reports to council. I sometimes neglect making reports to council. That's because for a very long period of time, the CBD sat not idly working, but waiting for those regulations for the CARES money to actually come forward. You cannot appropriate, allocate, or even plan or program money until those regulations come forward. The administrative side of coming to council with federal money is very, very intensive. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Nice.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess I have a question about the one project. I'm wondering if we can amend it to remove the project, but I am concerned about the downtown bathrooms. You know, having a porta potty in the alleyway versus a large unit in the alleyway, I don't know if the city has looked at where it would go if it would even be approved for this, but I'm concerned that we're not kind of putting all eggs in one basket, or we're not really addressing the issue by just providing something like this. I'm not really eager to start providing public facilities like that in an alleyway. Can the city address, as far as the location, has the city looked at this? Wyeth, do you know if you looked at this location, where it's going to be? Will it fit? Will it stick out? Will it block the alleyway? Is it going to be charged a public fee now because it's using public space like public works? You know, if you're using part of the sidewalk, is it going to be charged a fee now because it's in public right of way?
Katie may be able to add some more to this too. I don't know if she's able to come back on, but Councilmember Nice and Mayor and Council, the location that's there, we're actually looking potentially at several different locations to see what the best fit would be. It has to go through, as you just described, connecting to utilities, et cetera. That all has to be worked out. So yeah, we're not at that specific level of all that right now. I do know from talking with Katie Easton and the downtown team with these porta potties they have now, that they spend a lot of time not only dealing with those, but dealing with where people aren't using the porta potties. And they actually said, which surprised me to be completely honest with you, that having one a facility in a location where they could control it, clean it, manage it was actually better and more efficient for them than what they're dealing with now, which is all over the downtown trying to deal with in front of people's stores and businesses. So that was part of this whole idea, was to provide that place where you could have a facility, you could have hand washing and cleaning, but also to be able to manage it better than what they're dealing with under the current circumstances. So that's just a little bit, and like I said, if she may not be able to jump on, but that was part of our discussion during this process when they were putting together the application.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Shaw.
Thank you. I just want to speak to the motion. I absolutely love the public bathroom pitch. Right, I think a lot of people don't realize this, but right now the library is the only public restroom we have downtown. And that's a problem, not only for our homeless population, but for families, anybody trying to use the downtown. So if I could wave a magic wand, I'd put 5 of these around the downtown. I would love to see that going forward, and I hope the DPA will continue to push for that. So my pitch is just to council that I think these 2 projects are just critical for our community, and I would like to see us start investing in these areas. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other discussion on the motion? Councilmember Yakovich?
Thank you, Honored Council. Well, I'm all for, I'm really impressed that we have so much money. Our nation is rich and given to a lot of good causes. My hope is always that the people are held accountable and that we're successful. And so I saw a little video of this porta potty. Actually, we have public restrooms at the courthouse, city hall, library, coffee shops. I mean, there's a lot of places where people can respectfully use the bathroom. But I'm for this with the hope that we can address the misuse of facilities. So, and likewise, when we provide funding with all these organizations, again, I just hope we can change the dial. We can move the dial. We can be a little bit more successful than just throwing this money out there and not seeing a big change. That we can feed people, but maybe can we feed less people by understanding what is their need and help them get on their feet and help themselves. So it's just a quandary that I face when we have all this money and we're almost even struggling to get rid of the money. And I just want to thank Brenda finally for her work and her work, especially in helping people be successful with the money, holding them accountable, and that we can see a difference in our city as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll just chip in with a couple comments. One on the admin costs. I think we're all questioning that a little bit, but we don't know enough. So going forward, I'm hoping that staff will work with the city administrator and kind of come back with a report, show us where those dollars are. If they're not needed, that they can then go into these other good programs. So if they are needed, they're needed. If they're not, then we can fund these other good programs. As for the bathroom, I'm hoping that will also go with some crackdown on public defecation. It doesn't do good just to have bathrooms if we don't enforce our other rules, and I know the downtown business folks would really appreciate that, and hopefully that'll make a difference downtown. Any other comments before we move to a vote on this item? Brent, I know I'm recognizing you, but we're kind of past our break time. If you've got just a quick minute, go ahead and comment.
The administrations for cost for staff, my staff bill they track every single hour of time that they spend by grant program. And so after the agreements come back from HUD, officially allocated the funding to the city and approving the expenditures, that the city starts tracking each hour, and then we build that against the grant. So if there's additional administration funds left over at the end of everything that we need to do, that would be reprogrammed. It's the same methodology we use for every single program we manage. So it's just for actual time spent.
Great. Thank you for that clarification. It's really just a cap then, and you still have to justify each dollar. Appreciate that. Any other discussion, council, before we move to a vote? The motion is for approval, consistent with the staff recommendation. If that's clear, then we'll move to the vote. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Voting in favor are council members Cole, Joy, Triki, Nish, Yakowicz, Ronning, Boyette, Purington, Ewalt, and Shaw. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. And thank you, staff, and thank you to our applicants. With that, then, council, it's about 7:40. If we can get back as close to 7:45 from our break as possible, we'll move on with item number 4, budget approval. We took a break, and when we finished, we were done with item number 3. So we are now
recording in progress.
We are now on item number 4. Denise, would you read item number 4?
Yes, Mayor. A public hearing and resolution adopting and approving the FY22 budget. Staff recommends approval. Action this evening, approval or disapproval of staff recommendation. Did you hear that okay?
We did. Our presenter tonight is our Finance Director, Andy Zeller, who's so frightened that he's left the podium. He's back.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Share my screen here. Which one is it? There it is. All right. Well, I guess I'd start by thanking you all for the, was it a marathon we did with budgets this year? It wasn't a sprint, that's for sure. This evening, we'll start with the timeline, kind of to recap where we started, how we got to tonight. This began on December 21st with the adoption of the CIP. As you are aware, that doesn't set budget authority, but it kind of sets the direction for the budget process. And then over the following months, city staff works on it internally to present a proposed budget to you. This year is on April 26th. We had 3 evenings in a row of detailed discussions of each department's budget, culminating in a June 7th work session where we solicited and received feedback from you guys about all of that to make sure we had a great budget to bring to you tonight that hopefully won't need a bunch of amendments in order to pass. All of that work, and this is the summary of the FY22 City of Billings budget. A total of $464,705. A substantial portion of that is capital outlay for FY22. About $200 million. A couple of the projects I thought I'd highlight, obviously the West End Water Treatment Plant, we'll be commencing that project, over $80 million planned in FY22. Finishing up the airport terminal expansion of around $7 million. A variety of parks projects to include improvements at Poly Vista, North Park, some improvements at Arrowhead Park, and a few parking lot and road improvements throughout. As you're aware, the purchase of the Stillwater building is underway, and in the budget is $11.6 million for that project for Law and Justice Center. And then $18.8 million for the Interbelt Loop and Skyline Trail projects. I didn't get pictures of everything, but I thought those were some of the great things in this budget that are for FY22. In addition to the capital projects, the proposed budget has an additional 15.5 FTEs. A substantial portion you'll see, hopefully to address some of the public safety issues, Council's #1 priority. In here we have the legal positions. I want to highlight there's a couple of them that are partially grant funded. We have yet to receive the official amount on that grant award. We do know we have received it, but there may be some small changes related to that. But it's general fund and grant funded as well. In here, you see the addition of the public information officer. This was the request of council on June 7th, so we have included that in this total budget that you're being asked to adopt tonight. We've modified some of the kind of job description based upon that June 7th discussion of the public information coordinator to really coordinate public communication across departments. I think that was kind of one of the things I was missing last time, and assist departments with grant writing and messaging as well. So we'll move into the property tax side. What I've done here is tried to recreate what you may recognize as a property tax bill that you received from the county. I've put in here the median home value of $217,400, and to demonstrate what the costs are for your median home for this budget. On your tax bill, normally it just says city tax. It doesn't break it out by our mill levies, but that's because the county does it. So what I've done here is shown you, I guess, oh yeah, you can't see my pointer. What I've done here is shown you, the portion that goes to the general fund, public safety, 1 and 2, library, transit, et cetera. The general obligation debt, we don't know for certain that's what it is, but it'll be pretty close to that. We won't know until we set that levy after we get certified value in August. And then the 4 assessment districts, which all show up on your property tax bill, but are not a levy. They are a set amount specific to the property. The median home for FY22 would pay just under $800 a year, or $66.55 a month. The budget's also built on increases to our utility bills, which have already been approved, and the average home in FY22 would pay $82.43. I want to reiterate, you've seen this slide before, but I want to make sure that the public's aware, and you as well. We're aware of things that are important, obviously, to City Council, things that are going to come forward that will require some amendment or adjustment to the budget, namely the public safety mill levy. If that's passed this evening and successfully, or is approved by the voters, our intention is to bring elements of that back to you with a budget amendment to start on that right away and not wait until we start receiving tax collections. But that obviously has quite a few steps to go through before that would happen. The city has received substantial federal funding through the American Rescue Plan. And as Brenda stated earlier, the rules and regulations for that are changing, or they're coming out frequently. They're actually being updated daily, and you'll see on July 6th an update. There'll be a work session on July 6th for council on our American Rescue Plan, as some elements have timelines that are a little more pressing than others, but that'll be coming very soon. And then there are other elements of the American Rescue Plan that may take years, and we'll see in some of this budget and future budgets. And then finally, a long-term parks funding solution. I don't anticipate that coming into the FY22 budget, but we want to make sure that the public, council, staff, we're all aware this is a need in our community, but it's not in this year's budget because we felt that public safety, obviously council did as well, was the #1 priority and needed to be addressed as the #1 priority. Again, the recap by classification, it's $464 million. What I want to show, these next 4 slides. Council doesn't just, if you approve tonight, you don't just say, hey, Chris, go ahead and spend $464 million on whatever you'd like. The resolution and attached exhibit, I've broken the exhibit here in the next 4 slides to show you do set budget authority by fund, with the exception of the general fund where we actually set it by department. So you've seen all the presentations from the departments to talk about what they plan for the upcoming budget year, and then the amounts needed to do those items. And so the exhibit that you actually approve is broken apart here. I'm sorry, I'll go back. The general fund and public safety fund, you're setting the authority by fund. Here's your special revenue funds. These have, grant funding, tax increment funds. They're not general fund. They're assessment districts, et cetera. We have debt service funds, largely our general obligation debt. Capital projects funds, big one there is the City Hall, purchase construction fund. And then finally, our proprietary funds, and then we do have a small cemetery perpetual permanent fund. The total of those equaling $464,705. So, next steps. This is very brief. Obviously, we've spent a lot of time going into detail on every element of the budget, but this evening I wanted to kind of keep it high level. Opportunity, obviously, for questions, discussion. Reminder, it's a public hearing with final adoption of FY22 budget, which starts on July 1st. That's all I have for that.
So Andy, that's your presentation?
That's all this evening, yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Council, reminder, we will have a public hearing on the budget item, but if people have specific questions for Andy, now's the time to do it. Councilmember Purington and Boyette?
One question that I had was regarding the City Hall construction at the 11.6. It was my understanding that most of the funds for the Stillwater building would not come out of the general fund, or would not come out of this. Is that true? Or would they come from ARPA funds?
Councilmember Purington, the funding for City Hall construction, it's a little bit awkward because, right, we're working through the buy-sell and the budget, and they don't match. But the budget amount's $11.6 million, and it currently has been from the general fund reserves. Yes, so the majority of the funding is actually going to come from the general fund, which exists because we were fortunate enough to receive CARES Act funding for for public safety expenses, which we freed up general funds for the purchase of that building.
So the 11.6 is kind of a nebulous figure right now.
11.6 is what was in the CIP, and I suspect you'll see budget amendments throughout the year, and that'll likely be one of them because I suspect that's not going to be the number we'll end at.
And one other question, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
So Andy, I don't know if this is for you or for Chris, but regarding some of the FTEs that have been asked for within this budget, and I know that there were kind of conflicting statements that Parks Department, and I'm not talking seasonal, and some of the other departments that are having a hard time hiring people now. And so we're increasing the hiring in various departments. So how does that play out if we don't even have people hired that we need now, and we increase our hiring potential? How does that play out with a budget?
So, Councilor Purington, Mayor, and Council. So, it has been more challenging to fill most all positions across the city. But I would say pretty strongly, it's the seasonal workers that we've needed across the organization, public works, parks, things those have been the most difficult. Full-time, permanent positions, we have generally been able to fill. It's taken longer than it used to. We don't see applicant pools as large as we used to. And frankly, I think we have to both be, on the one hand, would be as deliberate as we can to make sure that we're taking time to get the right folks. So just because we have a smaller pool, it just takes the right individuals and we're fine. But if we don't, then we're not hesitant to put it back out, continue to find more ways to kind of get information out on positions. So I would say, though, it really is in the seasonal work that we found the most difficult time. On full-time permanent, it's been made harder than it's been in the past, but we've generally been able to get the human resources we've ultimately needed to fill positions with quality applicants, ultimately before we make an offer. Otherwise, we won't make an offer. But something we won't do is we won't make an offer just to make it look like, oh, we found people, because we know how difficult it is if you don't have the right people.
Thank you. Other questions for staff before we go to public hearing? Councilman Ronning and Boyette.
Thank you. So I'm kind of not really sure even what to ask, because I'm surprised to see that we're including the Stillwater purchase in this, because I don't think as a city council we've even received a presentation on this this, I know we got a committee, but the city council hasn't even received a presentation on what we're buying. And you said 11.6, but I heard an offer was 17 million. So I'm confused as to what we're voting on tonight and why that hasn't come to city council, because that's a significant amount of money. Why it hasn't come to city council in a work session to actually tell us and the public what that purchase amount even gets us.
Okay. Yeah, if I may start briefly and then probably turn it over to you for the timeline on that. With respect to the City Hall Law and Justice Center, any purchase, especially of that magnitude, will come back to council for approval, right? Absolutely. Just like all the contracts you approve every night, we still have to follow purchasing procedures. The budget's just saying we're anticipating spending this much, we're planning for that. But absolutely, when it comes time to spend that level of dollar amount, it would have to come back to you guys for approval. With respect to the timeline on the Stillwater building specifically, probably turn it to one of you two for that.
So a couple things. So first, this 11.6 has been in from the beginning, connected to the capital improvement plan. So it's in the capital improvement plan adopted, not allocated, not appropriated. Always want to emphasize that. But one of the first things we start in the creation of the budget. And so it's been there throughout all of the discussions and presentations. On the one hand, wanting it to be able to be done for that budget amount, but if you recall, that's a significantly lower number than it was a few years ago when our planning document was the facility plan itself. We're scheduled with regard specifically to where we stand today, which we actually do have in concept an agreement with a seller and a buyer, all contingent on a number of things, not the least of which is council approval. We're scheduled to be in front of you July 12th for your review and authorization of signing the buy-sell with contingencies. When we get there and the numbers out that the negotiated purchase at 17 million plus the build out, we're going to have to, I'm assuming in order to get the council, majority of the council to say yes to continue to move forward with the plan, we'll need to show you where are we getting the resources to fund it, maybe even more importantly before that, how this solution really is a solution to a number of challenges and obstacles for the effectiveness of delivering city services has been, and how it's a solution for decades, if not the better part of a century going forward. So without question, that 11.6 is not enough to fund the purchase. It's not enough to fund the renovations necessary, but all that will come to you in that July 12th conversation for your review and consideration, and that will need to continue to be refined as we finish due diligence. If the council says yes to that step, hired folks, professionals that we will be hiring to review mechanical, envelope, and all the other components of the building to complete the contingencies appropriately for you to ultimately approve a purchase some months later when those processes are all completed.
Thank you. That helps a lot. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilor Boyette.
Thank you, Mayor. Andy, one of the papers I had here was we discussed adding 12.5 new people. One of them was the code enforcement supervisor. Would that position be the same position that's in the safety mill levy? And if so, are we duplicating people? Good question.
Mayor, Council, Councilmember Boyette, excellent question. So yes, I'm trying to pull it up here. The code enforcement supervisor is included in the FY22 budget. We identify that the need is great. It exists today, and so we thought it was important to include it in the budget. There is not an additional one being funded through the public safety mill levy. What is being funded long term would be this position, along with the legal positions, which would create. I mean, we have a general fund operating deficit, so any new expense adds to that. public safety mill levy is planned to close that, as well as add substantial resources in police, fire, code enforcement. So yes, the facilities maintenance, or sorry, the code enforcement supervisor is in this FY22 budget because the need exists and is important today. Does that answer your question?
Can I have a second question?
Go ahead, Councilor Poyet.
I received my classification and appraisal notification from the county, and my current assessed value went up. How does that, do you take into that account, or how will that affect the city in the long term, I guess?
Mayor, Councilmember Boyette, thank you. Yes, we do plan for that every year in between the CIP and bringing you the proposed budget. We consider quite a bit what real estate has done over the past 2 years, especially in a reappraisal year, which is this year, which is why everybody who owns property received those. Our projection is that property values in the city of Billings as a whole, not individuals, but will go up on average about 4.5%. And that's what our budget is built upon. It's a 4.5% increase in tax revenue because of the increase in assessed value.
Thank you very much. Other council member questions before we go to public hearing? Councilmember Neese.
Thank you, Mayor. Andy, as you're talking to Councilmember Boyette, you mentioned that there's that code enforcement officers included in the budget, but that it's going to be, I guess, the gap or the shortage is going to be in the public safety mill levy, along with the attorneys, things like that. What is the total gap? I think it was 1.3 million before. Now, what is it today? After all the amendments and things like that.
Mayor, Councilmember Neese. Yes, the only thing that's been added since that 1.3 million number is actually the PIO, and that's from the general fund. So it'd be, I mean, if every dollar were spent, it'd be 1,380,000. But we actually haven't included that as part of the public safety levy, the $80,000.
Go ahead.
So in your presentation, which we didn't get a copy of, so it's hard to kind of go back to, I hesitate. I guess I'll ask this. Is there a reason why you didn't send the presentation to us before the meeting?
Mayor, Councilmember Neese, yes, I was working on it until about 4:30 today, so that's why you haven't received it before the meeting. I don't believe there's any new information in there that you haven't seen before, though. As it was all in the staff memo as well.
Okay. And Mayor, do you mind if I ask another question? Maybe you can pull up the slide regarding the tax statement that you had.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
Sure. Sorry, I will. Okay, I'm going to talk to that guy way in the back.
All right.
Okay.
Is there new information on here that I forgot about?
So last year amount, this year amount. Councilman Boyette just said last year amount, his taxes went up.
Yep.
And if we look at this example, under the total city taxes, the amount's going to go down for the residents. That's the example you're presenting.
Mm-hmm.
But if you had a real tax bill here that had the last year amount being lower and now it's up to 217, wouldn't you see an increase?
Mayor, Councilmember Neese, no, you would not on your tax bill. This is actually how the county produces it. The assumption on the last year's amount.
It's the exact amount. I've looked at my tax bill.
All right. Yes, while I was saying, you're possibly right. That if the value was different, and it likely would be, you would see an increase. However, your value doesn't change in the non-appraisal year, so it would actually look exactly like this in your non-appraisal year. Not this year, it's a reappraisal, so your value will change more than likely.
Each year it goes up half a year. They split the difference between the 2 years, so your appraisal goes up each year.
Councilmember Neese, no, they don't.
So, so the off year, I'm going to see 11% probably increase. At least that's what I saw a couple of years ago. I saw 11% increase, and then I would stay the same the next year. And so what you're saying here is this would be the off year, but what about this year where we're actually going up? Do you have an amount to show what the estimated increase is going to be because this is where I brought this up the last time during the work session, and I felt this type of presentation misleads the public thinking, oh, my taxes are only going to go up $1.79. And as for a medium house, when in fact they're going up much more than that. They're at least going up 4.5%, plus whatever other increases that we've increased.
Councilmember Neese, yes, I do have that amount. It was included in the proposed budget in April. We presented both a value that didn't change and then using the median home last year and this year, because that's what we went off of. And I'm pulling that amount for you as well. You can pull it up here. But yeah, it's the value or the dollar amount will change, but that will be based upon the increase in your value. Kind of pull up the amount here. Well,
I don't want to waste the council's time and you trying to figure out what the actual amount is from last year to this year. So I'll give my time back to the rest of the council to ask questions.
Well, and just to be clear, it should be 4.5%, since that's the number that you're assuming.
yes, well, Mayor, Councilmember Neese, we use the median home, which was last year was 211, this year's 217,400. So I don't think that's 4%, but that was the number we used because it was the median home. What I would maybe stress is more important than the change is that that's the amount that we're saying the median home is going to pay in FY22, and that's the amount we're anticipating for the FY22 budget. But you're correct. People, unless their value doesn't change, will probably see an increase in their tax bill, yes.
And again, the reason is because the value of the property has increased, is what you're referring to.
Yes, the number of mills are identical. Actually, they'll be slightly less than last year because of the GO debt. But for the operating, public safety, transit, library, and general fund, the number of mills is identical to what was levied in FY21.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll move on. Chris, you wanted to comment?
I guess the only piece I'd like to add is we really do our best. And Andy, I know nobody's implying that we're trying to be misleading. You can't literally estimate what precisely is going to happen. So what we did do in the budget message is we show it both as best we can, apples to apples, without a change in taxable, and then we show the median, what the median literal increase was from 211 to 217, so that people can see what those differences are. But knowing what's going to happen next year, other than the 4.5% that we estimated it across the board, unquestionably there will be, if we're spot on 4.5%, some will have gone up by more than 4.5%, some will go up by less than 4.5%. I mean, there's 60,000 properties in town approximately, so they'll be all over the place. But we really will take all your help. It is absolutely a commitment and a desire of Andy and I and the administration to show this stuff as accurately and reflective as we can for people to understand what the increases are, which is why we always showed right down to the penny what we estimate the effects of your decisions are.
Okay, thank you. Further questions for staff before we go to public hearing on this item? Councilmember Ewald.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, so this budget that we're supposed to be approving tonight, that is, bottom line, that's what we're spending in fiscal 22, right? And the only way we can spend more is come back to budget approval, or budget amendments. So we're sitting here with the Stillwater building, knocking on the door. Wouldn't it be prudent to maybe wait with the budget until we have a little better understanding what's going on there? Because not only is it the cost of the building, you got the cost of the build out. How much of the build out are we going to do right away? Who's it going to be billed to and what part? Somebody sent an email to us. Who's going to pay for the lights? Who's going to pay for the heat? How much is it going to cost to keep the building heated? How much is it going to cost to keep the lights on in that building? There's a lot of questionable things, and that's just that building. Then we go back to May 17, 18, and 19, or I think it was May when we did that. That's a long time ago. And there's a lot of water's gone under the bridge since then, and a lot of changes have been made, and yet there was no paperwork or no figures that came to the council saying, okay, this is the last and final thing that's been done. One of the major things was the bulk water. I'm still not sure where we ended up on that, and that's part of the budget. And are these prices supposed to be finalized before we decide on the budget? Like how much street maintenance is going to be, how much water is going to be? Isn't that all supposed to be approved before we say yes to the budget?
So, Andy, I heard two questions in there. One, should we wait until the Stillwater numbers are more clear? And two, the later items that follow this go to income. And so how do the later items relate to this item? And specifically, are we getting the cart before the horse?
Mayor, Council Member Ewald. So with respect to your question on the Stillwater building, I guess what I would say to that is that the budget's built upon a plan, a lot of planned expenditures, any capital project. We don't know what it's actually going to cost until we bid it, or until we go through whatever the purchase process, the RFP in the case of the Stillwater building. And so I would say it wouldn't make sense to delay adoption of the budget because we don't know what final numbers are. We would never know that until the last meeting in June next year when you're finally awarding the last few bids that come in for these projects. We do our best to anticipate what the budget's going to be for those projects to put together this for you. It may be prudent to amend this adoption to add the additional amount to get to 17 million, since we do know that now. But as Councilmember Ronings pointed out, nothing's come to council on that. It hasn't been approved. With respect to charges, utility rates have already been set. So water, wastewater, and solid waste, you guys have already adopted those based upon this planned budget. The next item up for consideration are the charter mill levies and street maintenance, arterial, and one other road maintenance district. I suppose you could do either first. State law actually says for the mill levies, you set those after you do budget adoption. The assessments, I suppose you could set those first if you'd like. But some of those we don't even have for you. We won't have PD1 until we get certified taxable value. So that won't come to you until September, as well as a couple of the other assessments that are still being calculated.
Follow up, Mayor?
Go ahead then, Chris Kukulski.
Okay, so, and then the other thing is, we have 3 unions that we're working on negotiations for raises, and that weighs pretty heavily on the budget, I do believe. And according to the numbers you gave us, and a little calculation of mine, it takes 1.71 mils for a 1% increase just for public safety and general fund. So if we get a 3% increase, it takes 5.13 mils every year for the next 3 years in the contract negotiation. Or I mean, just normally we set a 3-year deal. So that's 16 mils almost that's going to get used up just for those raises. Is that not kind of close to what it's going to be? If we decide we go with 3, if that's what we settle on is 3%. The last 3 years is 2.9. So we got a lot of stuff that isn't decided yet, and we're going to sign off on a budget, and there's a lot of undecision yet, I think.
Andy, go ahead and do your best to answer that, and Chris Kukulski, our city administrator, would like to comment on that too.
Yeah, I don't have a lot to add. Councilor Ewald, I did share with you all through email the cost of a mill. The cost of 1% COLA, about a $716,000 increase. With respect to the growth over time, the value of a mill goes up as well. So I don't think it's true just the straight mill amount each year. And negotiations are going on. This is pretty common every 3 years. Council historically has adopted a budget because we're in the midst of negotiations, and you will potentially see a budget amendment as a result of those negotiations. We have included an amount for COLA. If that amount is exceeded through negotiations, you'll likely see a budget amendment for that.
Chris?
The 2 pieces I would add. first, very consistent with what Andy said. I mean, the budget is an estimate of costs coming forward. So specific to City Hall, we've used the capital improvement plan. Before that, we used the facility plan. I would think we are taking the most conservative approach. We know it's going to cost now more than the 11.6 because of what we've recently negotiated. We can't spend more than 11.6 without council approval. So not only will we need, we'll have to have a budget amendment based on the current agreement we have in concept. So you, or the elected officials, remain in that driver's seat as they should be. I can't go authorizing that without ultimately your approval. And ultimately, you'll need to amend the budget to fit with whatever the solution is, if you choose a solution. And so that's just, it is, we try our best to have an estimate in the capital improvement plan that we think is on, but in this case, both issues you're talking about are interesting negotiations that are not best in public. It's all public dollars, but I would have not, I don't think it would have been a good strategy to come to you and have a proposed budget at, say, tens of millions of dollars over where we were. So one, for City Hall, you could take the prerogative of being optimistic that we've negotiated a price, and therefore why wouldn't we amend this proposed budget before we adopt it tonight? You could do that, but you also can leave it where it's at and know it has to come back for review and approval by you both ways to amend the budget and for you to ultimately sign up. As far as negotiations of contracts, again, I would ask that we not try to negotiate contracts during public meetings. It is always a reality that the cost of that contract, I have to, and we at the table are trying to negotiate within the means that we have. And labor is trying to, get what for its membership, what it wants. We did build the budget around some assumptions, and I would leave it at where it is for the adoption tonight. This is what we're asking you to do tonight is not outside what I believe the city has done and what I've seen for several decades dealing with public contracts, negotiations, and ultimately the fiscal effects that come with that budget.
Okay, thank you. Council, we do need to open for public hearing. Any last questions? Councilmember Purington?
Yes, I don't know if it's a question or just a statement, but with the economy the way it is right now and projecting, how long inflation's going to last, with the CPI, how far that's going to go or come down, it just seems very difficult to me for the city to continue to increase their spending based on CIP or whatever. And whenever you talk about capital improvement projects coming up, we've already denied some just the past few months because of these costs. So if we have money in there, but yet we're not going to spend it because it's too high, then that even puts us back further. So I would just say philosophically, I have a hard time saying let's increase and grow government at this point when the economy is maybe not looking its best. And I know we're getting a lot of free dollars, but I think there are people out there in the community that are working that are having a hard time adjusting to that. And so I think to increase their tax statements, I think that's going to be, for me, that's a problem.
Okay, we'll open up for a public hearing now. This is item number 4, the proposed fiscal year 22 budget. If you'd like to be heard on this item, please come to the podium if you're here at the library, and if you're with us online, use the raise hand feature at the bottom of your screen. We'll look first to anybody here in the library. We have a commentator. Please give us your name and address. Ask that you keep your comments to 3 minutes.
Yes, my name is Ed Gulick. I live at 3015 10th Avenue North. This seems like a budget that I'm
comfortable with as a taxpayer. I think there are some real needs that we've explored with all of the different presentations from the departments. I appreciate the addition of the public information officer. I think that is really important for us in terms of all of our community understanding. You know, it's hard to move a community forward based on when you don't have good, solid information. And I'm pleased with the budget brought forward, and I would ask you to approve it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other public comment on item number 4, fiscal year 22 budget?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Tim Warburn, 3444 Lucky Penny Lane. I just wanted to say thanks to the staff and the departments. I was here for 2 of the 3 nights on the budget presentations. I thought the staff did a great job. I was going to come up and say, wow, this is a lot better than last year's budget process, which seemed really difficult for some reason. And I thought we were kind of on a right path here. I think the budget that's been put together is well thought out. And I'm disheartened by talk of not approving this and kicking this can down the road for 2 or 3 more weeks, where I'm sure somebody will want to kick the can down the road even further. So I would suggest approval of the staff's recommendation. I appreciate the PIO as well. I think that's a help here, and urge you guys to approve this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other public comment here in the library? Any other public comment in the library? Don't see anybody, so is there anyone online? And again, a reminder, use the raise hand feature at the bottom of your screen. Just hover your cursor down there and a little hand should come up. That way Denise Bolman, our clerk, knows to take you off mute. Denise, do you see anybody who is asking to comment on item number 4?
No, Mayor, I have no attendees.
Okay, thank you. Then we will close our public comment and go back to council. Councilmember Yakowicz, I saw your hand first.
Thank you, Honor Council. Having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken public testimony, I move to approve the resolution adopting and approving the fiscal year 22 budget as recommended by staff.
Thank you very much. I saw Councilmember Shaw for a second. Motion is for approval. Discussion now on the motion. Is there any discussion on the motion? Councilmember Yakowicz and Councilmember Ronning.
Well, simply, I appreciate my colleagues who are concerned about some of the process or some of the additions. I respect that, and you always are very insightful and bring new ideas. For me, the same process happens all the time. It's a similar process, so I support that. I thought it was well done. And I appreciate how it was presented this time was more clear to me. But being redundant, we often do not cover all of these things. That's why we have budget amendments down the road as they come before us. So I appreciate the staff's effort and hard work, and I just want to have this budget go forward.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Joy.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I will support the motion for adoption of the budget. I do understand and I appreciate that there are concerns about adding personnel to the city. That isn't thought of out of a vacuum. That is based on the needs. I can tell you, just driving around Ward 3 and other parts of the city, the demand on our code enforcement this summer and fall is going to be enormous. I don't know how exactly it's come to be, but I don't see a lot of weeds, but I do see boats on lawns, and I see I see a lot of issues that code enforcement, in fact, from constituents alone this year, I've had more calls about code enforcement issues than I generally do. So I think that these personnel are needed in order to meet the needs of the city. We provide services to our residents, to our people. Those services are based on how many personnel it takes to meet those needs. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Councilor Ronning and Shaw?
Thank you. I was actually just going to say the same thing. I guess I don't view it as growing government, but meeting the needs of the public demand. And my personal opinion is we're still behind. Even with this approval, I think that we're still behind that in hope and want to see the needs be met further. And I wanted to agree with what Councilman Yakowicz said also. Chris, I think the presentation on the budget this year was really well done, and appreciated the different department heads and department directors in how they presented their need. I thought that was very well done also. So really want to compliment you on that. So thank you, and I support this as well.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Shaw?
Thank you. I obviously support this as I seconded it, but I wanted to respond to the idea of increased government and just put on the record that we are not significantly raising people's taxes with this budget. Your taxes may go up as your house value increases. If your house value doesn't increase, your taxes will likely stay the same. So I think the idea that this council is really tax heavy and is just trying to grow government is not true. And I just want to make sure that that's communicated to the public. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any further discussion on the motion before we move to vote? Councilmember Tricky and Neese.
Yeah, I'm going to be supporting the motion as well, but I did want to express a couple of disappointments that I have in the budget that's in there. First of all, I'm disappointed that we did not address parks funding. This is a huge problem facing us as we're sitting here right now. Yeah, we celebrated the opening of Centennial Park this now, but we have no funds or even plan for funds to figure out how we're going to move forward with any of the other things that we do, much less, the maintenance and operations of that. I'm also disappointed in the lack of addressing the issue of cost of services. I think that we hear over and over and over again that, we can do better, we can cut the budget because we can find efficiencies and waste within the budget. And yeah, that is a really good thing to campaign on. But the reality is that without real data about what it costs us to provide services, what it costs us to put a police officer in a car that responds to a call in Briarwood, without knowing what those costs are, we can't really sit there and say whether or not our policies of how we grow the city are actually working, whether or not the government is growing, or any of that stuff. Without data, we are flying blind. And any of these statements are just political statements without data, because we can't prove it. So that is something that I really hope that we'll be able to figure out in the future, how to bring real cost of services across all of it, not just in the enterprise fund, but police, fire, everything, so we can make better informed decisions in the future. And the last thing that I want to say that I'm disappointed in is that, for the reason I'm just talking about, the fact that we continue to have the interdevelopment moving forward without us understanding what the long-term cost to the city is going to be. We don't know. Yeah, we can build a road, but right now we build that road, and what's going to happen is whatever development happens out there is going to go to the county. The last report we had on the interdevelopment, one of the main things they said was, before we go forward with building that road, let's have an agreement with how it's going to be developed with the county. Well, we didn't do that. And paying for the road without doing that basically means that all of the possible developments, all the streets that could have been paved, all the potholes that could have been filled, all of that money went to put a road out there in the county. And without us actually looking at the data for the actual ways to put the long-term impacts of those things. So those are my three real disappointments about the things that are happening in my opinion. And the the budget. One idea that just came to me that we can maybe put into next year is it's probably a good idea for us to add a budget, 100,000, 200,000, for grant writers as contractor workers across all the state because I think that's probably the best way that we can help our departments to actually get out there and get one there. Instead of having to rely on staff. So, yep, I believe we're moving forward. I think this process was really good. I really liked it. But, you know, we still have a lot more work to do to really move the city forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Neese.
Thank you, Mayor. I think there's a lot of good things in this budget, and I support quite a bit of it, but I don't support the whole budget. And so, you know, I think when we talk about the budget and how it's growing growing faster than what the property values are. So we're growing government in that sense. Yes, there are things that the city is growing in, but when we look at what the taxpayer has to do when they have to actually pay their property taxes, and the property values are increasing, we're not just growing government by the increase of what their property values are. We're growing it much more than that. We have to increase the mills. We're going to be seeing us go out again for another public safety mill levy. So we are growing the government faster than what the property values can hold. And I don't see in this budget enough revenue coming in. We've asked last year. I think we did a pretty good job of bringing more revenue in through different ways. This year, there's very little revenue changes that are coming in. I think the numbers presented, although the staff presentations were good, I think they were well coached in how to present that. I think it was a disservice to the council and to the public by not having those presentations in advance so that we can actually research and to look at these presentations of what's being presented to us instead of just having numbers flash on the screen and disappear and then we never see them again until after the meeting, and then we don't have that ability to ask good questions during the meeting about some of the departments. So I think that was a disservice to the public. I think I have some other issues with the budget overall, but I think in the end, I think the budget will probably pass, but I will not support this budget motion, just the fact that I think that there has to be some dissent in the adoption of the budget. Thank you.
Councilmember Boyette and Ronning.
Thank you, Mayor. This will be our second budget for us newbies, and I want to congratulate the staff. This was a much cleaner, easier for me to understand than it was last year. I thought it was a mess last year. I feel better this year. I do agree with Councilman Neese, though. This last year, it seems like we get our presentations the day before or the night of. I would hope that there's some way that we could encourage staff to give us presentations in advance a little sooner so that we have an opportunity to review it before the meeting. But I will support this budget, and thank you again.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Ronning.
Thank you. I don't have a budget question, but I just have a procedural question. I see that Councilmember Sean Brown has joined the meeting. Do we need to formally add him to the meeting? Is he going to vote, or is he just listening in, or?
Thank you very much. I hadn't noticed that. Appreciate it. I don't know of any process for adding a council member or not adding a council member. Once they're present, I think they're present. I'm going to ask our parliamentarian Gina, and also just welcome Councilmember Brown. Councilmember Brown. I'm not seeing you on my screen.
It's on the.
He's in the very bottom.
Yeah, it should be in your bottom.
Oh, okay, yeah, okay. I see the name. Okay. So, Councilmember Brown, can we test your audio to make sure you can be heard?
Test 1, 2, 3.
Okay, very good. So, unless somebody does a very good Sean Brown imitation, I'm pretty confident that was him. So, I guess my expectation is Councilmember Brown will participate fully to the extent he would like, unless Gina tells us otherwise.
No, I agree, Mayor, that once he's present, and
part of the meeting, there's anything in our rules, more rules that would prohibit that or preclude that.
Okay, thank you, and Councilor Ronnie, thank you for that, calling that to our attention, or my attention. Everybody else apparently saw that. Okay, any further discussion on the motion? We do have a motion on the table for approval consistent with the staff recommendation. Any other discussion before we move to a vote? Do not see any, so the motion again is for approval of the fiscal year 22 budget as presented. Those in favor, please raise your hand. Voting in favor are Councilmembers Cole, Joy, Yakowicz, Ronning, Boyette, and Tricky, and Shaw. If voting in opposition, please raise your hand. Voting in opposition, Councilmembers Neese, Purington, and Ewalt. Motion. Oh, I'm sorry. And Councilmember Brown. So the voting in opposition were Councilmembers Neese, Purington, and Ewalt. And Councilmember Brown, I'm sorry I didn't get your vote. How did you vote? Aye. And Councilmember Brown votes in the affirmative. Motion passes. That concludes item number 4 and takes us to item number 5. I've got some procedural comments about there, but before we do, Denise, would you read item number 5, A, B, and C, because we will have one public hearing on this, but have separate votes for each resolution. There are 5 different resolutions, so that means we'll have 5 separate votes. But Denise, would you read item number 5?
Yes, Mayor. Public hearing and resolution setting FY22 annual assessments on the following. 5A is Business Improvement District, Tourism Business Improvement District, mill levy rates for the general fund, transit, library, and public safety. 5B is Road Maintenance District number 6, and 5C is Street Maintenance District. Action this evening is staff recommends approval. Action this evening is approval or disapproval of the staff recommendation.
Thank you very much. Our presenter is our Finance Director, Andy. It's back to you, Andy. And just to clarify that procedure, it's been recommended in the staff report that we have a single hearing and 5 votes. I assume that's consistent with your understanding. And also, I'm looking to Gina. That's our plan here this evening, a single public hearing after we get a presentation. I am assuming the presentation will also be on A, B, and C together. Is that correct?
Mayor, Council, yes, that is correct. And Jennifer DeRay will be helping on the street maintenance.
Okay, and then we'll, would you prefer that we have questions at the end of those presentations or during the middle of them?
Yeah, this is very brief. So I think it would work well to do questions afterwards.
Okay, we'll hold our questions then. Go ahead.
Okay, good evening, Mayor and Council. As Denise stated, consistent with the budget that's been adopted, a few of the assessments and levies, not all of them, are asking to be set tonight for FY22. There's only 3 items, right? Did you say 5? 5 votes?
5 votes. The first item has 3 resolutions.
Okay.
First for the T-bid and the bid and the general fund.
Understandable. All right, good. All right, so we've got 5 A, B, and C. I was glad I'm not missing anything. Well, I don't know about that. All right, so we're asking you to set the charter capped mill levies, which are general fund at 74, public safety 1 and 2 combined at 80 mills, library operating, which is 5 mills, and transit at 10. These are the same number of mills that are currently levied for FY21. The general obligation debt will be coming to you in September after we receive certified value. Additionally, consistent with the work plans that you received as part of your budget presentation for the T-bid and the downtown BID, they're asking that their assessments be set. The T-bid is $2 per rented room per night, and that's the same as it was in FY21. And then the downtown assessed amount actually is an increase of 4%, or a total of $426,000. These amounts flow directly through the city. We collect them and remit 100% to those organizations. They don't fund city operations. Item B is Road Maintenance District 6, or the Briarwood Emergency Access Road. This is a fire access road. It was built for Briarwood subdivision. I'm going to escape because I have notes there that matter. It's $55.28 per lot. That's the same amount as it has been for quite a while. There are 51 lots assessed, consistent with the creation of that district in 2015. This is just for weed maintenance and graveling along that road. And street maintenance district.
Mayor and Council, this is really just a recap of what you've already heard and seen before. But in Billings, we have 2 street maintenance districts that generate about $9.25 million. District 1 is essentially the downtown area and receives extra sweeping, snow plowing, and hauling services. District 2 is the entire city of Billings, so every property that is in District 1 is also in District 2. We are proposing for FY22 a 0% increase in SMD 1 and a 1.8% increase in SMD 2. The increase in SMD 2 would be to cover the loss of airport revenue, as well as fund the increase in the city's share of the missing sidewalk program. So that program was before council before. You had directed staff to increase it by $250,000. The city share part of that is about $60,000. So we did add that into the budget. That would increase the entire budget by $160,000 for SMDs. Right now, a property owner, the average property owner in Billings, pays $127.53. That would increase by $2.30 to $129.83, which is still less than half what they would pay in Bozeman at slightly over $300.
Oh, and that's all for this presentation. I'll take a moment, though, to remind you there will be other revenue assessments and mill levies coming forward over the next coming months as we receive taxable value. So this won't be the last of them, but this is a good portion of them.
Okay, thank you very much. Questions for staff before public hearing. Councilmember Joy Ronning Neese.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I wanted to ask about the downtown bid. That was for a 4% increase. How is that budget set for that increase? Does that go before the partnership, or how do they set that 4% increase?
Mayor, Councilmember Joy, I don't see that Katie is still on. So I'm not certain what their process is exactly. Again, it's a group of property owners that have said they want to be assessed for certain items. I know with the hanging baskets is the main one, trash receptacle or trash removal. So as far as determining the increase, I really can't speak to that. That would have been part of their work plan. Should have been in the budget.
Thank you.
Councilmember Ronning?
Thank you. And my apologies, I know I asked this question when it first came up, but I am not remembering the answer, and this may have to do with something with the state. But in regard to the $2 T-bid rental costs, now that Airbnbs are legal within the city limits, and I don't know if this is a Chris or Andy question, and I'm not seeing Alex on here, in the future, can those Airbnbs be taxed $2 also?
I believe that the answer is yes, that not only in the future, that they are supposed to pay that tax and that assessment. Now, there's been differing information I've gotten over the years relative to how simple that is made either by Airbnb or I'm missing the other, the RBO, thank you, to help in that. There's been a fair amount of lawsuits around the country relative to that, but in Montana, they are supposed to be paying that bed tax.
And here, Councilmember Ronning and City Administrator, I'm going to interrupt. Just to remind us, there's a distinction between the state bed tax that the short-term rentals are clearly subject to by law and the T-bid assessment. which is a voluntary $2 assessment that the largest hotels pay, but not all hotels pay. The vast majority pay. So although what what Chris said about the bed tax is definitely true, I'm not sure that is true. In fact, I don't think it is for the T-bed assessment. I could be wrong about that.
Mayor, it's 60 rooms or more according to the resolution.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Denise, say that again?
The resolution says 60 rooms or more.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Denise?
Thank you, Mayor. Andy, you mentioned earlier in the last budget about setting assessments once the certification comes out, so you know kind of what to assess. But here we're going to assess the full 74 mills in the general fund without yet knowing how much that's going to generate. I'm assuming you estimated what it would be. I don't know how much you estimated it would be as far as bringing in. But why are we setting it now at 74 when we don't know what the certification is? Why not wait until we get the certification? And if it's I don't know, 50 million that you were expecting to come in, and suddenly it's going to be 55, why not lower and set it so it's only 50 million?
Mayor, Councilmember Denise, it's a great question. With respect to the assessments for street districts and road maintenance, those are not based on taxable value. So they have no bearing on taxable value. The mills,
talking about the general.
Yep, the mills. So we estimated a 4.5% increase. So that would currently we get about 208,000. It's a little shy of that. So we're estimating 217,000 per mill is what we generate, which still wouldn't be enough to cover the budget. In fact, all the tax revenue combined isn't enough to cover just police and fire services. It's the other revenues that allow us to do much of what we do. But to get to the point of your question, you certainly could delay until certified taxable value. There's no requirement that it's adopted tonight. There's a requirement it's done after the budget, and you know that's certainly your prerogative. I'm confident. Historically, we have adopted the budget or the mills the evening of budget adoption, so they kind of go hand in hand. But I would be incredibly shocked if I'm coming back to you recommending that you adopt a new resolution reducing the mills because we've received substantial increase in taxable value. But again, I think that's certainly up to council if you chose to do that.
Quick follow-up on that, Mayor.
Councilmember Denise, then we'll look to our city administrator.
Yeah, because we're only 1.3 million short, is what you're saying. So I don't know how many mills is that? Or what would, I mean, the assessment value would be very, I think we could probably make that up fairly short here, 208. But are you saying that if we are over and then we come to the public safety mill levy 1 and 2 assessment, we could then not assess the full amount of that to make the budget still be able to, you know, in other words, we're not over collecting. I don't want to be over collecting. If we got a budget, I don't want to be over collecting in the amount that we don't need.
Mayor, Councilmember Denise, I think I understand your question. Just to clarify though, you are being asked to set the mills for public safety 1 and 2 tonight as well, because there's no longer a hard dollar cap there. It's a mill levy now. So if I think taxable value would have to go up about 15% in order for us to close that budget hole. So I just don't see that happening. Again, if it did, I think we would certainly bring back to council consideration of a new resolution, but I think the odds of that are quite slim.
And Andy, just to clarify, the date on which that property valuation will be determined was a year and a half ago at this point, right? January 1 of 2020, not today when we have seen more rapid increase in valuations. Is that a correct statement?
Mayor, that is correct. The values are based upon January 1, 2020. We will have certified value for the city in the first week of August.
Okay, thank you very much. Chris Kukulski and Councilmember Ewald.
2 components. If we've conservatively estimated, which we always try to do, we don't want to overshoot a revenue estimate. fact that we collect more, once we know that number, doesn't give me or you more authority to spend than what you've authorized in the budget without you making budget amendments or changes to appropriations, one. Secondly, if they can do what you're discussing, this is simpler than anywhere else I've worked in Montana because no one else has a hard cap on the mill levy. Usually I'm accustomed to two discussions. Where are we going to actually set the tax rate at? Because we're allowed to grow the literal tax rate by half the inflation on a 3-year rolling average. But in Billings, you're capped per the 1976 charter, voter approved, at the 74 plus what voters have approved. So I think there's a lot less gray in Billings than there is in every other community in Montana, with the exception of Sunburst, because of our hard cap. So don't have to adopt it tonight, as Andy has said, but that's been the practice, and I think it's a good practice. I think you're not adding to our authorization to spend if we get good news and it comes in at 5, 5.5, 7.
Understand, Mayor, a quick follow-up.
Okay, and Councilmember Ewald? Yeah, no, I said Councilmember Neese. I'm sorry, go ahead, Councilmember Neese, and then Councilmember Ewald.
Yeah, so Chris, I understand that we're not going to be allocating or approving anymore. But my concern is, as we've done over in the past, and it's hurt us in our mill levies that we've gone out for, is that we have too much reserve. And if we're over collecting, adding general funds reserves, the public is not apt to approve a mill levy when we have excess general funds because we've over collected. And I would prefer to see us set the mill levies when we know what the certified value is. It's not going to affect our budget. We can still spend. And I think it would be more appropriate to set it based upon our budget amount, based on certified values, rather than guessing at it. And then we don't need to worry about over or under. We set it at that assessment. That would be my preference. But thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Ewald.
Thank you, Mayor. I got like 3 short questions. The bed tax, that's set by the state legislature, or do we set that?
That'd be the state legislature, right, Andy?
Yeah, Councilmember Ewald, there's bed tax, but then this is the T-bid assessment, which is $2 per night on rooms in hotels in Billings.
Did we set that, or does the state legislature set that?
You guys set that. That is separate from the bed tax.
Okay, so
However, if I could just add briefly, there's a process that you have to follow in order to set that rate. So it is a local district that was created through a statutory process, and then ultimately you're able to adjust that rate based on that process. And in Billings, it's been $2 for a little while.
And that only goes for advertisement, that's the only thing you can go for, or is there other things you can go for?
Very restrictive statutorily as to what the money can be spent for. And essentially, in the broadest terms, it's heads and beds. It's promoting people staying in hotels. It cannot be used for, many cities have tried to figure out how, but it cannot be used for operational expenses of the city. It is collected, turned over for those very restrictive, legislatively directed uses that then the local T-bid can make decisions about how to spend it consistent with those state laws.
Thank you. And so then on that street maintenance fee, the downtown street maintenance district is also included in the street maintenance district too, or are they totally 2 separate districts?
Mayor, Councilmember Ewald, it is 2 separate districts, but every property in the city is in District 2. So those in District 1 are in both districts.
Okay, so there's way more attention paid in street maintenance District 1. I mean, the sweep the streets, every night or every other night, move snow every day. So why didn't they have a little bit of an extra assessment to help? Because that's where all the attention gets put.
Mayor, Councilmember Ewald, we would have actually come forward with a 0% increase in both districts because of our light snow years, extremely light snow years for 2 years in a row where we accumulated reserves. But the only reason the other district is increasing is for the loss of revenue that we have in that district from the airport, and then also to pay for the sidewalk program, the local share. Because of our reserve situation, we didn't need any other increase.
Okay, thank you. And then the other question I have is, we haven't heard anything about the residential streets and how much surplus money there is there from the same 2 years you're talking about. And is that going to be assessed again this year? I was under the assumption if they had 1 year's buildup, they didn't assess it another year. How much surplus do we have?
Councilmember Ewald, that is part of, we can give you the complete breakdown of what we've spent and what's remaining in there through an email. I don't have that tonight, but I'll email that to you. But that is part of why we would have only asked for no increase, is because that residential snow plowing money didn't get spent this last year.
But isn't the residential snow plowing totally separate from all other street maintenance?
We account for it and make sure that we know what that amount is, but it is within Street Maintenance District 2.
Isn't there a set amount for that, total amount?
The budgeted amount is $445,000. And I believe we spent somewhere around $150,000, but I'll verify that.
And there should have been some surplus from last year too.
The surplus from the year before, I think, was very minimal. Just because of the way the snow came in, even though it was light, we did tend to use a lot more of the residential plowing that year.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for staff? Remind me where we're at. I guess this is still the staff presentation. We haven't opened up for public hearing on any of these items, so we'll do that. This is your opportunity to comment then on any of the items under item number 5. So that's 5A, 5B, or 5C. Any of the districts that you've heard about in this presentation, please come forward now if you'd like to be heard on any of the items under 5A, B, and C. There will only be one hearing on all of these combined. If there's anybody in the library, please come forward. Just ask to keep your comments to 3 minutes. Tell us your name and your address up front. And also, if you're online, use the raise hand feature so we can see that you'd like to come off mute. Is there anybody in the library? Not seeing anybody coming to the podium in the library, so if you're online, use that raise hand feature. So we need to know to take you off mute. Denise, do we have anybody who would like to comment online on Zoom on item number 5A, B, or C?
No, we have no attendees.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll close the public hearing then on items 5A, B, and C and open it up to council for motions or discussion. Councilmember Shaw.
Thank you, Your Honor. How would you like to do this? If you want 5 votes?
We need to separate those, so we'll look first to item 5A and the first resolution in the board or in the council packet. We'll just go in that order. So I would request a motion, if that's your inclination, on the first one, which is resolution levying and assessing properties for the purpose of providing and maintaining common area improvements made in downtown. So that would be the downtown BID.
So moved.
Okay, so the motion is for approval, I assume is what you mean, consistent with the version in our packet. That's the motion. Is there a second?
Point of order.
There's a second by Councilmember Joy. Councilmember Neese, what's your point of order?
Our city charter states that you cannot use so moved in making a motion.
Okay, and that's why I restated it, that it was for approval, consistent with the staff recommendation. And Councilmember Shaw, you agreed with that statement of your motion, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
I can read it if you want.
Well, if we've got one handy,
Here, I'll read it.
Go ahead.
All right. Having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken public testimony, I move to approve the resolution sending assessments on just the BID, right? We're separating all of these out.
That's correct. Okay, thank you. So this is just the motion for approval of BID. And Councilmember Joy, is that consistent with your second? She's nodding her head, so the answer is yes. Discussion then on that motion. Is there any discussion on that motion? Approval of the downtown BID, Business Improvement District. Any further discussion? If not, we'll put it to a vote. All in favor of the motion, which is for approval, please raise your hand. Voting in favor are council members Cole, Joy, Neese, Yakowicz, Ronning, Boyette, Purington, Ewalt, Cherokee, Shaw, and Brown. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Next item up will be the Tourism Business Improvement District. Is there a motion pertaining to that one? Councilmember Ronning.
Thank you. Having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken public testimony, I move to approve the resolution setting assessments on the T-bid as recommended.
Thank you very much. Is there a second? Councilmember Cherokee has his hand up, so that's the second. Discussion on the motion for approval of the Tourism Business Improvement District consistent with the staff recommendation. Seeing no discussion, all in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Voting in favor are council members Cole, Joy, Neese, Yakowicz, Ronning, Boyette, Purington, Ewalt, Cherokee, Shaw, and Brown. Motion passes unanimously. Next one under 5A is the all-purpose mill levy for library operating, transit operating, and public safety funds. Is there a motion relating to that item? Councilmember Joy.
Having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken public testimony, I move to approve the resolutions setting the assessment on mill levy rates for general fund as recommended by staff.
Thank you very much. And that also, in addition to the general fund, includes the transit, library, and public safety. Is that correct?
Public safety.
Okay, thank you very much. And was there a second to that? Councilmember Cherokee has a second. So discussion on that resolution. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor, please raise your hand. Voting in favor are council members, just to make it exciting, go backwards. Brown, Shaw, Cherokee, Ewalt, Boyette, Ronning, Yakowicz, Joy, and Cole. If voting in opposition to that one, please raise your hand. Voting in opposition are council members Neese and Purington. Motion passes. That concludes item 5A. On to item 5B, Road Maintenance District in Briarwood, District number 6. Is there a motion or other questions? Councilmember Yakowicz?
Having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken public testimony, I move to approve the resolution for Road Maintenance District 6.
Thank you very much. Is there a second? Councilmember Boyette has his fingers up. Discussion on that motion. Is there any discussion on item 5B? Seeing none, all in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. The voting in favor, council members Cole, Joy, Neese, Yakowicz, Ronning, Boyette, Purington, Ewalt, Cherokee, Shaw, and Brown. Motion passes unanimously. Finally, item 5C, Street Maintenance District. Is there a motion pertaining to that one? Councilmember Shaw.
Sure. Having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken public testimony, I move to approve the resolution setting assessments on street maintenance district as recommended by staff.
Thank you. Second, Councilmember Boyette. Motion is now before you, council members. Is there discussion on the motion? Councilmember Neese?
Do you need to clarify that street maintenance district 1 and 2?
Yeah, it is everything in the staff report, which is both District 1, Street Maintenance District 1 and Street District Maintenance District 2. And just to make sure that Councilmember Shaw, that was your motion, thumbs up, so she agrees, and Councilmember Boyette also at the second and confirms that. So discussion on the motion. Any discussion on the motion? Councilmember Yakowicz.
Thank you. And just in general, as we conclude this, I appreciate some of the new ideas that like Mr. Ewald and Mr. Neese are bringing up. I don't think I didn't get a memo from them, ahead of time, so I couldn't wrap my mind around it. But a lot of the things they bring up, I think it behooves the staff to consider. And if it's not too far out of the box, why not try it next time? Rather than, anyway, I'm just throwing that out. But I appreciate what they're saying. It just, again, we don't hear about it until tonight. And so then it's hard to support it or argue for it. So anyway, I just want to acknowledge that.
Thank you very much. So item 5C is before us. I'm not sure, I forget who already made those motions. Can you remind me, do you remember who had the motion on 5C?
Me.
Shaw
and Boyette, I believe. Okay. Very good. Discussion on the motion. The motion is for approval, item 5C. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, we'll move to a vote. All in favor of the motion for approval, please raise your hand. Voting in favor are council members Coljoy, Neese, Yakowicz, Ronning, Boyette, Purington, Ewald, Tree, Shaw, and Brown. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. That concludes item 5 and brings us to item 6, or public safety mill levy. Would you please, Denise, read item number 6? Both A and B.
Yes, thank you. Second and final reading ordinance amending city charter, adding section 1.01.2. Staff recommends approval. Action this evening is approval or disapproval of staff recommendation. And the resolution is 6B, resolution approving ballot language. And again, staff recommends approval. Action this evening is approval or disapproval of staff recommendation.
Okay, thank you very much. Even though we read both those together, they will, of course, require separate votes, but because some of our discussion may overlap and the presentation may partially overlap, they're now both generally before us. But first item up for actual consideration is item 6A. Chris Kukulski, our city administrator. I think, Chris, I don't know if you wanted to separate your presentation here or if you were going to try to combine those items, but I'll leave that to you.
I guess I just have one presentation, and we can clarify the second action that's necessary for the ballot. So, and if you'll indulge me for just a few seconds before we shift here, I just wanted to take an opportunity to thank Andy, his team, our staff, you guys. We tried the 3-night marathon, which we learned some good and some bad about. So thank you, and I want to thank them for the budget process that I think if you only tuned in tonight, you might get the impression we put together $464 million in a couple of hours. Hundreds of hours and dozens of hours by you and department directors went into getting that. And I just thank all of them for their hard work. And I thank you for your critiques on how we can keep getting better at it. So with that, then I'll shift to the high level, similar, I guess, in this presentation. So this is, you're going to see things you've all seen before, but I'm going to stop about a third of the way through what you saw 2 weeks ago. And then if you want to get into questions, we've got people who can get into those questions tonight. So again, Kevin's going to help me out with slides. So at a high level, we're working on this 5 different areas to move our community forward. This discussion's about public safety, which has clearly been the city's top priority for, well, before I arrived here and all the time that I've been working with you since Veterans Day of 2018. So the strategies to improve the safety of our community are based on what I view very much as a reality. We have experienced, too much violent crime, too much crime, period. We want to get back to where we were only 12, 15 years ago, which is that Billings commonly found itself below national averages and right at or below the state average on most crime statistics. And unfortunately, these past several years, not just the pandemic year. Some people say, I see news headlines, and I've been watching them too, about what's happened during the pandemic and violent crime. I hope you notice, unfortunately, our numbers are significantly higher than a 30% increase in violent crime in major metropolitan areas in this country. Then on the fire department side, we've changed from where we were a year ago, talking about deployment needing to coincide with what the need is on the other end of that 911 call. Next slide. So during the pandemic, we didn't sit idle. We took advantage of the opportunity to hire some folks who spend all their days and nights professionally thinking about and analyzing several hundred other police departments and fire departments in this country, and they didn't, just do a one-size-fits-all for those communities and say Billings should do that. They analyze every single 911 call and all the data coming in to our system here in Billings with 102 recommendations on our police department to improve efficiencies in delivering service, 34 on the fire side, and for those watching maybe for the first time, we conducted a statistically valid National Police Services survey and heard, pretty loud and clear from our citizens that they recognize that there's been an increase in crime quite substantially over these past many years. And, the really positive news is, though we've never professed our departments to be perfect, they recognize and have a high level of trust and confidence in our police department. So next slide. So again, at a high level, the public safety mill levy discussion in total adds about little north of $7.1 million in resources across really all aspects of what the city is responsible for relative to the criminal justice system on our side. Adds up to about 34 mills, or almost to the penny, $100 more a year for that median homeowner. What's that median? $217,000 in taxable value. No, that's not the price you'd sell your house for, but that's the median value on the taxables. Half will pay less, half will pay more than the $8.33 a month if they say yes. If you say yes tonight, and ultimately they say yes on their November 2nd ballot. A year ago, a little bit more than a year ago, I guess closer to 18 months ago, we thought we were looking at roughly a $300 increase to the median valued property in town. What has changed? Well, I talked about some of those things. We've refined our asks quite considerably based on those data analysis. The asks are frankly significantly lower on both the law enforcement side and the fire side based on those data reports. So I would tell you they're worth every penny we paid relative to what we believe we need to invest in. That reduced the number quite considerably. Secondly, maybe equal or more importantly, the voters approved the repeal and replace levy a year ago, a little less than a year ago, that covered about $60, a significant amount of the deficit. I think a year ago we were talking about a $5 million imbalance between operations expenses and revenues. Voters said yes, and they filled over $4 million of that gap. And then last, but not least, is we were looking at, to take care of our law and justice center needs, and by the way, the CPSM report for law enforcement in particular said you have facility challenges that absolutely are adding to the inefficiency of delivering services. We now, thanks to the federal government and their sharing of money through the state of Montana, the cash to deal with the facility need, one-time money for one-time expenses, side of it. So that got reduced. So those three reasons are why you're seeing a significantly lower ask to what we believe is a comprehensive set of solutions to the challenges we face. These are those in dollar figures. So this is how we literally went from the just shy of $300 to just north of $100. Next slide. This breaks down kind of the critical Staff components, again, overall implementations of the plans, many of those 102 recommendations and 34 are not financially, they do not cost more money, and those are being implemented and thus are not counted as additional cost here. But this just breaks down for you where these fit. Next slide. And then I just want to highlight again kind of city responsibilities. We do provide code and law enforcement services inside the city limits. We are the entity. Yes, we have many partners, but at the end of the day, the buck really stops with you, me, the chiefs, about how we provide services inside the city limits of Billings. We prosecute crimes and provide victim services for our municipal court and for folks who are victims of misdemeanors. And not to brush misdemeanors under the rug, the first 2 family member assaults or domestic violence counts are misdemeanors. So it's not to say all misdemeanor crimes are non-violent or non-serious. They're not all just parking tickets or speeding tickets. And last but certainly not least, as I mentioned, we operate more than one municipal court, one full-time plus some part-time. Now, we depend heavily, and I believe will forever depend heavily on partnerships to deal with so many other components of the criminal justice system, and I just want to highlight some of those. So next up is certainly when it comes to these areas of substance abuse, there's several years worth of work of which the City of Billings has been intimately involved, along with 81 other entities in our communities, rolled up their sleeves to figure out what strategies can be implemented to reduce crime in our community. I mean, the bottom line is Substance Abuse Connect has the same goal that you have placed, reducing crime in our community. The Continuum of Care partners are all those who are working on the homelessness area, and there's a connection, not in all cases, but in many cases between these. Yellowstone County Attorney's Office is actually who handles the felony prosecutions, and the Sheriff's Office is who handles incarceration. So we can't do any of this without our partnership with them. The state of Montana, they are a critical partner in how we, and we spent more time this past 6 months than I have in my career, trying to understand and testify to have legislators understand their decisions are affecting our community. And that's not going to end as we try to get our heads around solutions here. And last but not least is the federal government. It would be inaccurate to say it's exclusively a meth or a drug problem, but that's a significant component, and Billings, Montana can't in and of itself manage or solve what's going on and bringing methamphetamine across into the United States and into Billings, Montana, and out of this, unfortunately, being a hub, as I'm learning, to distribute meth and other things to rural areas around us. So those partners are all critical to us, and we need all kind of hands on deck. So to wrap up here, last 2 slides is, again, if you just tuned into tonight or if you've not been engaged in this conversation, please don't think whatever my time limit here is that I've talked, that's all we've been working on this. This has been ongoing work for years, not the least of which in my short time here since 19. We've refined our strategies as proven by the numbers we're asking for and the allocation of resources. We've listened to the data, what it's told us, and we've adjusted accordingly. Next slide. And then last here is we do believe that our plan is comprehensive and it is targeted. As I said, we can't tackle this problem without collaboration with federal, state, county. We need to continue to build relationships and improve our relationships with our neighborhoods, with our citizens. We need all 110,000 citizens set of eyes and ears helping us, and they do a tremendous job. Our number 1 call into dispatch is labeled suspicious. I see something that just doesn't make sense, and we appreciate that assistance. But we've recognized in this, we do need to be more engaged in efficient code enforcement, that waiting until a neighborhood or a couple of houses get so bad that the neighbors are constantly calling and is costing us a lot more money than to be, I hesitate to say proactive, but more proactive in dealing on the code enforcement side as well as law enforcement. Investing in mental health and substance abuse at both the county and the city level through this, holding criminals accountable. I think we sometimes forget how that is an important component to this, as well as, and most importantly, every one of these crimes, particularly a violent crime, there's a victim at the other end, and you feel violated if someone steals something off of your back deck, let alone feeling violated by being physically harmed by somebody in a violent crime. And we really want to help those victims recover, and then ultimately the efficient response of emergency services by our fire department, we believe will absolutely improve our level of service to our community. So with that, this is, the numbers haven't changed from our last discussions. We're happy to answer questions that you have. All the slides exist if you want to go back into and deeper into components of the public safety levy discussion for 2022.
Okay, thank you, Chris. And just as a reminder to any members of the public who might be watching, and also to our council members, in order for public safety mill levy to become enacted into law, City Council needs to do two things. One, it has to approve an ordinance that defines the language that would go into the charter. So that's item 6A. There's no public hearing on that, so at an appropriate time, we'll be looking for a motion, yay or nay, on item 6A, which is the ordinance changing the language of the charter. But it's not just up to the City Council. That has to be approved by the voters. And so item 6B is the language and the direction to put that language before the voters on the ballot. So that's what item 6B is. And we'll have to address both of those. Again, neither has a public hearing associated with it, however. So, Council, how would you like to proceed? Councilmember Yakowicz, Ronning, Neese.
Yes, Your Honor. I move to approve an ordinance amending the city charter by the current public safety mill levy in section 1.05.02 as recommended by staff.
Okay, I'm sorry, was there a second to that, Councilmember Ronning? Okay, we have a motion for approval, Councilmember Yakowicz, second by Councilmember Ronning, on item 6A, the ordinance language. Discussion on that motion. Councilmember Neese?
And just clarification, the motion was to the current public safety, but it's adding, I understand there was a correction in the memo to us, instead of, because the paper copy that was sent out to me said repeal and replace the current public safety. I think Councilmember Yakowicz said the current. We just want to make sure this is in addition to the ordinance.
Yes, I apologize if I missed that. So yes, this, a year ago you were repealing and replacing, but this is an addition and an additional section to the, or to the charter proposed.
Yeah, just to clarify, my understanding is the motion is consistent with the amended agenda, which was distributed, and it is for approval of an ordinance amending the charter, adding the current public safety mill levy in section 105.02 as recommended by staff.
Correct.
Yep, okay, so.
And that was a good catch because I didn't say adding.
Okay. Thank you very much. Then further discussion on the motion. Is there any further discussion on the motion? Councilmember Neese?
Yeah, now we'll discuss the motion. I think I agree with the city administrator, council. Anyway, that this is a much better ask tasks that we did than the prior year. I think it was a really good job at going through it. I think we didn't spend enough time going through some of the CSN reports. I think I said this before, I don't agree 100% with this public safety mill levy. What I do agree with is it should go to the public to vote. I think we'll run into some issues and problems as they arise. One of those that was brought to my attention here just this last week, and I'll ask you about it now, is the city used to have quick response units. And they were parked by Chief Ratch, is what I was told, and because they didn't work. And so I want to make sure that we address that up front and the public knows that what the difference is, so that we're not just trying to repeat a failed mistake or failed program we did before.
Absolutely. So I'm sure, Kevin, where we want to kind of tackle that, it looks like we've got Deputy Chief Hoppel and Kevin, should I have Deputy Chief started? You want to, and I'm glad to add a perspective as well. Because this is different. There are some substantial differences, without a question, between what we are proposing, what CPSM recommended, and a similar sounding program that the city tried several years ago.
So, City Administrator Kolsky, I can certainly just kind of touch base on it, and then Assistant Chief Hoppel will fill in some gaps. Essentially, the difference from before was that it was recommended that we staff those units with the fire station personnel, so that caused some issues with gear transfer and just leaving the engines vacant at the time that they had to respond, in those, I think, called quick response units. So that's a major difference. In the CPSM report was recommending that you staff those separately from the stations and the engines at those stations. So, Assistant Chief Hoppel, I don't know if you can add to that or not.
Yeah, sure. I can give it a try here. I apologize. I'm actually at the National Fire Academy, learning about fire service financial management and EMS units in the fire service. So, perfect timing. But just to give you a little background on the 2012 implementation, yes, we did have these units on the street. There was 2 of them. However, there was cross-staff units in the fire station. So if these units left on one of those less security calls, it shut the station down. It basically browned out the fire station. Therefore, it's not accomplishing the same thing that I think would be accomplishing this time around. We would lose that unit out of service, where now, the goal per the CPSM report is to keep our fire units in service and take on the overload with these units. It's kind of a completely different way of implementation of these 2 units when we add them to the street.
Thank you very much. Okay, any other questions for staff or discussion on the motion? Reminder, we do have a motion on the floor which is for approval. Councilmember Purington and Ronning and Ewald.
Thank you. And so with regard to those quick response units, I guess it was in 12, were there vehicles that were purchased at that time? Because I thought I saw it here where you're just wanting to staff those.
Yes, some of those vehicles were, I believe, 2 vehicles we still have from that effort. So,
do we use them at all?
I'm sure they get some use, but I couldn't describe what use, how they are being used. They're not being used in that intended purpose.
Chief Hoppel, can you comment?
Yes, Mayor, Councilperson Purington, yes, those units right now are in full-time duty as brush trucks. We converted those to expand our brush truck fleet, especially this summer. We've been using all 4 of them with some upstaffing because of the fire conditions that we have right now, but they've been altered into brush trucks. They serve a better use in that capacity. Units that we're looking to use for these peak response unit would be a much lighter vehicle. Those are a heavier vehicle and did require quite a lot more maintenance than what a small unit would cost of what we're proposing in this idea. So yes, the vehicles are being used in our fleet right now. However, this does ask for 2 smaller units, something like an SUV or a pickup that we would use for these peak response units.
So follow up, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
So Chris, some of the recommendations that we saw, whether it was police or fire, it still had to do with the call center. And unless I missed it, what percentage of, because I think it would be out of the fire budget, would go to call center? Because it seems like that's been the biggest issue.
So there certainly were recommendations in both reports relative to dispatch and 911. Interestingly though, and I was surprised by this, I anticipated recommendations on more FTEs there too, but they didn't say it was a personnel issue. So there are a series of recommendations on changes of how we collect data and what data we collect, and those have been being implemented. And so those recommendations are a part of what's being implemented. It just happens that in Billings, 911 dispatch is housed in the fire department. There's nothing magical about that. I've had it in police, now fire, and sometimes independent. It serves all emergency services dialing 911, and those recommendations didn't require additional resource asks in the public safety mill levy. Otherwise, you would have seen in those asks, we had a line item 911. Please correct me if I misspoke in any of that. I don't think there were anything specifically called out, more FTEs or significant equipment.
Thank you. Councilmember Ronning, and then Councilmember Ewald.
Thank you. So Chris, I fully support the 2 mills going towards mental health and substance use disorder and hopefully homelessness of some type or something like that. But similar to what Councilman Yakowicz asked in regard to the CBD funds, how with those 2 mills and that $400,000+, and hopefully that grows, how are we going to hold those if some of that money is provided to those service partners? How are those service partners going to be held accountable to that money? One of the things I don't want to see that money go to is just some of these organizations that just do one meeting after the next, but you don't see tangible results coming out of the organizations. How is the money going to be accounted for if it's provided to the different organizations?
So I'm going to speak to how I envision it, but the truth is we need to set that up because the city has not had resources to use directly in this way before. So first and foremost, I think you've got to be, in order to retain and hopefully gain more of the public's trust, is that you really underlying programs that are grant funded with these dollars, whether it's an internal expense or it's a grant award, for lack of a better term, to a service provider in our community, it's got to directly tie back to this definition that we had that the voters said yes to if they say yes. And I think, honestly, administrators and city council for perpetuity are going to be held to that accountability, that they need to make sure that those dollars collected from 2 mills that they believe directly are going for consistently with, and I keep getting the verbiage wrong, I don't have it in front of me, but there's 2 areas of mental health and substance abuse services. And whether it's, we want to create a council subcommittee to help with that, with staff, I think that's an area where I'm envisioning less internal expenditures and more awarding grants with standards and reporting and accountability back from some of these service providers to ultimately be able to gauge their effectiveness and whether the council's satisfied with those investments, recognizing none of those will be permanent. The most permanent thing you could do is add FTEs directly funded that way on city staff.
I have a follow-up question to that.
Go ahead, Councilmember Ronning and Councilmember Ewald.
Thank you. So in regard to the language for substance abuse, or however it's worded in there.
Just to be clear,
substance abuse services.
That's right. Mental health and substance abuse services is the phrase.
Okay. So could the possibility be that some of those funds could be used if future councils want to go down the road of a sobering center? Would those funds apply to that then?
I think as long as that definition fits back to the term, the terminology that's used in the levy.
Okay.
I mean, I hate to sit here tonight and tell you yes or no, but I think every dollar we need to tie back to, does it fit with that, with what that intent is, what the definition of those terms are.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Ewald, and then Parrington and Neese.
Thank you, Mayor. So, on the fire department side, we're gonna hire 11 people to staff those 2 rigs, 24 hours a day. And they will be answering the first aid calls, so they'll be first in on quite a few of them. So, we're gonna have 3 firemen sitting at a fire station with their big engine. What are they gonna be doing, because that call was in their area? And if you look at page 57 on the CPMS report, it's got deployed minutes per day, and I'm assuming that's the number of minutes average they're on call. The highest is station or engine number 5 at 167. That's not even 3 hours out of a 24-hour day that they're actually on a call. Now, this is average. I know some days you go a lot, but then there's some days you go a lot less. And engine 7 is 91 minutes. That's 1.5 hours in a 24-hour day period. So are we going to cut these numbers in half? So that we got guys sitting around the station and listening to the radio because these other teams are taking those calls. So we're paying more people to do less work.
So, Councilman Ewald, Mayor, and Council, I'll try to tackle the first piece, and then I'm definitely going to need Deputy Chief Hoppel's help on actually deployment. First, the CPSM report it specifically suggests they not be 24-hour shifts. So staffing these units is about peak time, and I think we need to be careful. We've not determined yet, is it going to be a 12-hour shift, 10-hour shift, 11, 8? But we know it's not 24, at least based on the data and the recommendations. The recommendation in the report is the most efficient way would be to negotiate a shift schedule change with the bargaining unit and not add additional FTEs. We are budgeting this, both ways, whether we are able to do it that most efficient way through more hours, or whether we need to add FTEs. I think there may be a combination thereof. We've got to negotiate that at the table with the bargaining unit. But either way, we've made an estimate of what it will cost us, and that's what's included in the levy request. Now, I'm going to have Deputy Chief Hoppel talk to, as you point out, we were down the path believing we needed an 8th fire station yesterday. And what was that going to cost us? Where this recommendation is, we believe this is a much more efficient way to deliver service. So, Chief Hoppel, can you kind of handle part of Councilmember Ewald's question? Thank you.
I can, Mayor, Councilman Ewald. Just to clarify, these are not going to be on the clock 24 hours a day. We would identify peak hours, peak call volumes, and deploy those units accordingly. And we'll obviously reevaluate that on a continuous basis to see where we're making the most impact. One thing to keep in mind is these units will handle the low acuity calls. So that doesn't mean when we always hear that 90% of our EMS calls, these units are going to try to handle most of those. The low acuity calls that don't involve the big red fire truck, but a lot of those do. So when we start getting into MBA calls, lift calls, stuff like that, those trucks will still need to go out and assist. But for the most part, we want to take the workload off of those very low acuity calls, and that's what these units would be intended for. It will take some of the workload off of those engines, but they will still remain taking those calls where they're needed. Yes, it will take some of the workload off, but I don't see it to the point where they're going to be sitting around and not doing anything, because we got to think about more than calls. We've got other things that are going on during the day. Right now, we have a big challenge with training, moving units around, fleet maintenance, all that. That's stuff that's not included in why these units are out. So, it allows our units to do a little bit more of that and move units around and still have somebody available that can take those calls that have been identified as low acuity. So there's other factors that play into it outside of the hours that were identified that these units are on calls.
Councilor Purington.
Thank you. I have a question for the chief. I didn't want you to just be here for nothing, so I came up with a question for you. So my
Council member.
Thank you. So my comment is the $415,000 for the mental health services, the substance abuse services. I've been kind of this proponent of saying, hey, we're already tied into this because of what our police and fire do already. You're already into this. So to give an additional, almost $500,000 to one of these services that are already in the community. So my question to you is, those funds, that close to $500,000, could police and fire use those for additional training for their personnel to be able to address these calls whenever they go to them?
Council member, it certainly could be used for that, but the idea, which is contemporary and nationwide, is to offload those responsibilities from law enforcement onto social services and free them up for other duties. We're still going to be involved in it. Katie Easton was down in Houston. One of our officers is with her to look at those programs. We are linked to that aspect. If we didn't have the large number of social services working with us right now to handle that problem, I would say yes, then that $400,000 needs to come to us. But we have a group of people that's what they do. Like I told you, we're not social workers. And if you can get social workers to do social work, we're going to be more effective and efficient in what we do. So, yes, I mean, certainly we could use $400,000, but if there's a group that's better suited to do that, let them have it. We'll support them, and it'll free us up for some of the other more pressing things that we need to do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Neese?
Thank you, Mayor. I guess, Chief, this is really for Chris, not you, so thank you.
You're done.
You can stay here with me if you'd like. I appreciate that.
I'm not used to that.
Don't go far.
Yeah, so we've heard from public testimony that some people think that maybe we should pause this because we have time and maybe ask for more and hone it down more. And I don't necessarily disagree with that. I think there are some things that I would like to see done differently here. But I do want to agree strongly with Councilmember Ronnie's point about the accountability of these 2 mills that we're asking to add to this public safety mill levy. And that it's not just taking money and throwing it at an organization that's already doing something, replacing their funds, and we don't get any results. A couple of things I have concerns about is, like you said, maybe we'd have a council committee or we have another committee appointed that the mayor appoints members to, that you actually apply for grants. And if you don't do what you say you're going to do in the grant, you don't get it. Those are the kind of things I think the public is going to want to know. Are we just going to approve 2 mill levies to then get swept in under the carpet into suddenly the fire department needs some more people and it ends up going to the fire department for their training or a police department for their training and then suddenly these services are not funded again because maybe they didn't fund a year or 2 because whatever, the grants weren't approved. So I'm concerned that you're not addressing to the public what we're going to do. I really appreciate your question because it caught you off guard. It's like, well, we don't really know what we're going to do with this. Now, yes, the public hasn't approved it yet, but I think there needs to be more thought, and that's where I think a longer-term process could hold that out. So I'm hoping that you, with your question, start formulating a more formal way that we can present this to the public. And I guess that would be more of a comment than a question as to that. And then I guess my concern is for the whole council on this is, I wasn't fully supportive of this it was 1 mil last year, 2 mils this year. What's to prevent in this public safety mill levy that we go forward that 2 mils is always segregated for that amount? I see in our current budget how, parks got squeezed out, in the general fund. This is going to be another fund with the police, the fire, the attorneys, code enforcement. All of this is going to be pressurizing in one pot, and the strongest department's going to get it. And eventually, we may not have this. And do you think we should segregate 2 mils specifically for that? So when the voters approve it, it's actually set that's the 2 mils is fixed?
Two things. One, we have thought about it. I think, though, more time needs to go into determining how would the 2 mils best be spent. Recognize if the voters say yes in November, you don't start collecting until the next November. So I think you've got more than a year from now for the community to really dial in. Now, I think we need a better answer to that when we do the 50, 60, 70 presentations in the community for this year. So I would immediately, if you say yes tonight on the second reading, we should get working on that as well as some other critical things around public safety. That's first. Secondly, the buck stops with you. And I deliberately put it as 2 mils. It's not, actually the city does have a tradition of this, right? You have a series of things in the budget that are mills. In my past, I've seen elected bodies use the mill as a way to fund projects. And at the end of the day, you don't have to levy that 2 mils, and it specifically calls it out for this reason. So my intent in putting it on the table that way was to increase accountability and clarity of what the dollar amount is, that it would grow with the levy, with the value of a levy if the value continues to grow. But future administrators, myself, and at the end of the day, city council gets to determine each time it adopts a budget annually, is it appropriating those 2 mils the way it best sees fit as a partner? And then maybe my last comment is, I believe we spend millions, if not tens of millions, annually dealing with the effects. This is the first less than $500,000 we're directly investing as a city in trying to prevent. Now, we, as taxpayers, pay to the county and other entities, but I still consider this a very, very small kind of component of the city versus ultimately what we are dealing with out on the street every day, our officers and our firefighters.
Thank you. Other questions for staff? Councilmember Ronning and Shaw?
Thank you.
And just a reminder, we do have a motion on the floor. We'll need to move to a vote soon. 6A. Go ahead, Councilmember Ronning.
Thank you. This may be for Chief St. John, although I'm not sure if it's going to be a question that he's actually going to be able to answer. But thinking about what Councilmember Neese just shared, and just my personal view is $400,000 isn't enough to address substance abuse issues and mental health issues in our community. I mean, those are substantial issues we've got. This is a crystal ball question. How do you see recreational marijuana affecting what we're going to start to see in our community in regard to substance abuse use?
Council member, it's going to have a significant effect on our community. From our empirical studies from our states that we are in a task force with, and also Washington, Oregon, Colorado, other ones that are legalized, we know that you have a significant impact on the entire system. DUIs are anticipated to increase by 2,200 as soon as recreational marijuana goes in, and that's what the other states saw. So on the law enforcement side, we need to figure out how to detect that. Met with the Attorney General today. he has increased his laboratory staff in preparation for the blood samples that we're going to send because they anticipate the problem. I think you saw a lot of the discussion has to do with the revenues are going to be used for the fallout, the addiction issues and all the things that you're talking about. So, and immediately the black market's going to go up. And so it's going to significantly impact what we do. I hope they prove me wrong. I truly do. But historically and looking at the other states, we're going to have the same issues.
Thank you. Can I do a follow-up on that?
Go ahead, Councilor Ronning.
It's one of the reasons why I asked about the sobering center. In knowing what you just said about DUIs and the challenges that DUIs we've had in the city of Billings of being able to take a DUI to the Yellowstone County Detention Center. For me, I should get out of the politics of this, but I'm not a supporter of recreational marijuana. I do see that this is going to add even more problems to the Yellowstone County Detention Center, and what do we do with those DUIs? So I guess I would just put that out there that if the $400 and some thousand could be used toward a sobering center to deal with that, to deal with DUI specifically even, is that something that you see has been successful in other communities? Is that something that's being looked at from your perspective?
Well, council member, what you're talking about is a facility that diverts somebody out of the justice system. If someone is driving under the influence, whether it's alcohol or drugs, they've already committed a foul and they're going to be adjudicated. So that would potentially be something that the court could order, is that you don't need to go to jail, but you can, we'll offer you treatment at the sobering center. So in the context that you're describing, it wouldn't impact. If we're outside of that, we run into them, downtown or whatever the situation, and we can divert them out of the system, absolutely. That's the whole idea of it.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Shaw?
Thank you. I'd like to call the question.
Question has been called, so we will vote on whether to vote. It requires 2/3. Oh, good point. We do need a second. That's right. Is there a second? Councilmember Joy has the second. So requires 2/3. All of us. We still have Councilmember Brown. So
Councilmember Turkey did the rest.
Oh, thank you very much. Councilmember Tricky excused himself briefly. I forgot we've already gone 2 hours here. Apologize for that. So, Councilmember Shaw, did you? Okay, we're back to a full complement here. So, Councilmember Tricky, we have a motion to call the question, proceed to a vote. So that has been seconded. So the motion is whether to vote, requires 2/3, which I think is 8. So if you're in favor of that, go ahead and vote in favor of that motion. All in favor of the proceeding to the question, please raise your hand. Voting in favor are council members Joy, Boyette, Shaw, Tricky, and so I think that fails. So we'll continue with our discussion. Council member Purington and Councilmember Purington, go ahead.
Thank you.
And then Councilmember Shaw.
So Chief, just one more question, and not to belabor the services that are offered in Billings, but it's been said to me many times, if Billings didn't have so many services, social services, we would not have a lot of the issues, and that also is in conjunction with our parolees and the issues that we have there, having so many come into Billings. So just what is your opinion of that? Do you find that does, have a draw for some of the ne'er-do-wells that come to Billings.
Councilmember, yes, I agree with you 100%. When you look at the parolees and the probationers that come here, we are the only city that has a sex offender treatment program. So they all come here. So we're kind of a victim of the services that we have. I can't argue with anything that you say. We have first-rate medical services on, both St. V's and the clinic. So that brings a lot of people in. You have all of your retail. There's a lot of things going on in Billings that other places don't have, and it draws people here. But the service you're talking about specifically, absolutely.
Okay, thank you very much, Councilmember Shaw. You had your hand up.
Thank you. Since we're not moving on, I will make a couple points. One is that I guess I'm just kind of not sure what we're doing right now. I feel like we've belabored this many, many times. We've asked these questions many times. We've asked these questions over email. We've read the reports. We've had access to staff for months. I'm confused as to why council is not ready to move forward on this. And getting a little bit frustrated, sitting here feeling like we go over the same material again and again and again. Can we focus and please move this forward in a timely manner? It is 10 o'clock at night.
I'm just going to call a point of order. We've already taken a vote on this.
Yep. Okay, further discussion. The point I'm going to have is just that there are various comments get made by council members. We've seen in the past on important issues that when points get made by certain council members, they take on a life of their own. And sometimes years later, they are thought to be representative of the views of all the council members. I just want to make it absolutely clear that in the discussion, even though various points get made by council, the only thing I'm going to be approving here, if this is approved, is the plain language, the black and white language that is before us. And although I certainly support, using 2 mills for services, at some point it may turn out that for a different council may decide that more is needed for that or less is needed for that. We're authorizing a complete package. I do support using those funds in that amount and even potentially segregating it, make sure that our voters know what the current plan is. I support that wholeheartedly, but I just want to make it very clear for myself. What I'm approving, if this gets approved, is the plain language before us, and that's what counts. Anybody else who has not spoke to the issue? Councilmember Boyette.
Mayor, since we're not going to vote, how about we take a break?
I appreciate that. We do have 6B. Let's take a brief break, come back, and then I'm certainly open to move to a vote. But I do want to make sure anybody who hasn't spoken to the issue has the opportunity, and we'll entertain that. Brief break. It's 10:03. Let's come back no later than 10:10, hopefully before then. The seat, please.
Well, this time it's.
Well, I was going to move over here, then
Recording in progress.
Okay, welcome back. Thanks, everybody. We do have a motion on the floor. It is for approval of item 6A. We've now had discussion for an hour, so I think it's time to wrap up, but I don't want to cut people off on something as critically important as this to make any final statements. So what I'm going to do is we'll start at Ward 1. Don't feel like you have to, but I'll just ask you, you've got a sort of a final statement. Please feel free to make it. Just try to keep it to about 60 seconds. If you'd like to do that, don't feel any obligation. And at the conclusion of that, we will move to a vote. So if that procedure looks okay, we'll start with Ward 1, which is Council Members Yakowicz and Shaw. Councilmember Yakowicz, if you would like to, feel free to start us off.
I'm good.
He's good?
I'm good too.
Councilmember Shaw is good. That brings us to Ward 2, Councilmembers Ewalt and Neese.
I agree with some of the comments that were made tonight that maybe we got to take a little more time and do a little more planning, sit down and actually figure out where we're going.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Neese.
Thank you. I've actually already spoken all I had toward this point and asked the chief during the break of my questions. So thank you all.
Thank you very much, council members, or Ward 3, council members Joy and Tricky.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I think I've spoken quite a bit, but I do not think that this is an attempt to just throw money at a problem. I think that the CPSM study really pointed out efficiencies that this can address. So no, throwing money at a problem never solves it. This is not what this ask is going to do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Tricky?
Yes, I haven't spoken earlier, so I may go over your 60-second limit. I have two basic comments that I want to make. First, I want to address the issue that has been coming up over and over again tonight about every time we raise taxes, we're growing government. I know that is an assumption. And part of my analysis is based on the fact that we have a hard cap here in Billings. That means that the mill levies can't move forward without a process like this. Since that's happened, the physical size of this city has grown tremendously. We've gone 300% since 1970, from 14 square miles to 45 square miles. And in that time period, the number of people has increased, though not nearly by that amount. So the question that becomes key in this whole question about government growing too fast right now is the relationship between taxable value and the needs that increasing the sizes of the city and increasing the number of people that live in the city cause on us. So the question is, has the needs of the city grown faster, or has the taxable value grown faster? And I think the last 10 years, last 15 years of looking at a growing crime rate in this city is more than enough evidence for me to say, hey, no. We have been growing the fat city much faster than we have been growing the resources. So let me move on to my second point. I got a phone call the other day from somebody who really was upset with me for saying that the Billings Police Department is doing an excellent job. I have said that, but what they left out was the second and third parts of those statements. I have said they do an excellent job, given the resources that we give them. They are limited by the resources that we give them, and that's what I was talking about a moment earlier when I was talking about growing the city faster than we are growing the resources that we have to provide the government that we need. The third part of that sentence that they didn't address is that we asked the police department to do way more then we give them the tools and the resources to do. And that is why this whole conversation about, Chief St. John says, we are not social workers, yet they are being tasked with being social workers. So the thing that we have been debating the most tonight is that 2 mills that would be starting to address some of these issues. And frankly, we can sit here and go on and hire more police, hire more lawyers, hire more judges, build more jails. But the bottom line is that if an incident comes to the point of it being a crime, we have failed as a society, because the moment it becomes a crime, then this whole set of things come down on that person, and honestly, we have failed. Whatever it is that caused them to do that crime, really doesn't matter. But the fact that that happened means that we failed. And the only way that we can step into that is to step into earlier in the process. We need to become involved much earlier in the process. And that is what this 2 mills is about. I don't know how we're going to spend it. Frankly, the problems we're talking about with this thing are huge. They are huge. And even all the social services, the social safety net we have in place here in Billings aren't even beginning to touch the layers and levels of the problems that we have right now. I had a woman call me the other day. She was being evicted from her house because it had been sold out from underneath her. She's a renter and she got sold out from underneath her. She didn't know who to go to for help, just even to find out what her rights are. There are so many different things that need to be addressed, and that 2 mills doesn't even start to scratch it. What it does do is it gives us an opportunity to start to play around on the opposite side before things become a problem. And that is really, really important. We have to stop things from being a problem before they end up on the chief's lap. So, thank you.
Thank you. That's Ward 3. Ward 4, Councilmember Ronnie and Purington.
Sure. I've talked for 3.5 years on this, so I'm not sure I need to say a whole lot more than what I've already said for 3.5 years that I've been begging and pleading for a public safety mill levy. My personal opinion is that if you don't think that a plan has been put in place as a city council member, first of all, it's our job to approve or not approve things like what we're approving tonight, but it's also our job to bring policy decisions and strategies and things like that. So I'm just going to quote Sean Brown from a couple weeks ago. This is the time to put up or shut up. And we need to be moving forward in addressing the crime in our city. And I'm appreciative and grateful for the amazing and excellent department directors we have for the city of Billings and the city administration. And I have full faith and belief that there is a strategy and a lot of thought that has been put into this public safety mill levy, and it will do so going forward as well. And there's one thing I just wanted to correct. Mayor, you had said a couple of times that there was not a public hearing attached to this. The public hearing was actually at the beginning of the meeting. Just if someone tuned in late, we did have a public hearing on this, but it was at the beginning of the meeting. So I just wanted to share that.
That's right. There was an opportunity to comment at the beginning of the meeting.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Purington?
Thank you. I really don't have a lot to add to this. I know that our police department, our fire department, the call center, they do great jobs. They need more resources, and I get that. There are elements, again, of this public safety mill levy that I will just say I don't agree with. I do think that there are some things that we do definitely need that are within this public safety mill levy. So I will support it this evening, and I know it will pass. And I think it'll be interesting to see how the public perceives this, because we definitely hear the yays and the nays on this one. And so I think it's not going to be a wash like, or just, a complete overwhelming approval as the last one was. But I think the public really is looking at this one very hard. So I will vote for it, but I think there's a lot of work to be done on it too. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Brown.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have a couple of things. One is, I think it's important that we understand that, just because the mill levy passes doesn't mean we have to actually levy all those mills. If, we get this, what do we call it, mental health and substance abuse services, if we don't get a plan that we don't feel meets what we envision, then we don't allow them to levy those 2 mills until we do have a solution that we're happy with. As far as the mill levy itself, I've been asking forever, tell me what you're going to do with the money, tell me how it's going to address our needs, and show me how we're going to measure it. This mill levy gives me that. I can see what we're going to do. They very clearly lined it out. They've lined out what they're going to address. They've lined out how they're going to do it. I can't ask for anything more. Budget-wise, I can get behind this one so much better than I can get behind the one that we had a couple of years ago. And I think we have such a better argument this time around than we had the last time. Just because we can show this is what we're doing, this is how it's going to affect it, and here's how we measure it. I think that's really, really important. So obviously, I am supporting this.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Boyette.
Thank you, Mayor. One of the reasons I ran for city council was comments that the public would come to me and say, what do we need $1 million fire truck at the nursing home on a constant basis? So we, the city, paid for studies for the police and fire department. I think they're wonderful studies, and now I'd like to implement them and monitor them and make sure that they do work. So we're going to have a fire department that has emergency response vehicles. We're going to have the police department that has technicians to help their detectives and their police officers so they can go out and do their job. This is a good thing. This is document. We can show it. This will work. So that's why I'm going to support it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That just leaves me, and I just want to express my appreciation, not just for staff, which has done a phenomenal job, and not just in the last few months, but over the last several years. This has evolved dramatically, as Councilmember Brown stressed, and it's gotten better every time, and not just getting better, but I think we all understand the issues much better. Doesn't mean it's perfect, doesn't mean there won't be some missteps, but we've made a lot of progress as a council, as staff, and as a whole community understanding these challenges. So I will vote for this. I do appreciate everybody's hard work in getting us this far. Final word, though, is that we still do have inadequate jail capacity, and that is a little bit beyond our pay grade, but it's an issue that has not been forgotten. We do need to work with the county, try to determine what those costs might be, not just for construction, but long-term operations, and see whether we can also attack this problem of crime at that level as well. So with that, we'll move ahead to a vote, Council, on this is item 6A, the ordinance itself. The motion before you is for approval consistent with the staff report. If the motion is clear, and don't see anybody asking for clarification. Those in favor, please raise your hand. Voting in favor are Councilmembers Cole, Joy, Neese, Yakowicz, Ronning, Boyette, Purington, Treaky, and Brown, and Shaw. If voting in opposition, please raise your hand. Voting in opposition is Councilmember Ewald. Thank you very much. The motion passes. With that, we'll move then to item 6B. Councilmember Yakowicz.
May I make the motion?
Please do.
I move to approve the resolution providing ballot language to be submitted to the voters on the November 2nd, 2021 general election ballot as recommended by staff.
Councilmember Boyette made the second, so that is the motion for approval. Any discussion on the motion, language of the ballot? Seeing none, we will move ahead to a vote. All in favor of the motion for approval, please raise your hand. Voting in favor, council members Cole, Joy, Neese, Yakowicz, Ronning, Boyette, Purington, Ewalt, Tariki, Brown, and Shaw. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. That concludes item 6B and all of 6 brings us to public comment on non-agenda items. Anything that wasn't on the agenda tonight, if you're here at the library and would like to comment on something not on the agenda, please come forward to the podium and ask that you keep your comments to 3 minutes or less. Tell us your name and address.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Dennis and members of council, Dennis Aldestead, 3040 Central Avenue, A102. I'd like to talk about a little bit why, when we get a fire call, fire department, goes out and not our rescue. Because if we have a man down, here we are having the fire truck. I can understand it if we have a structure fire, because I've been involved in a structure fire out at the mall years ago. I've been here over 60 years, and I've been on many boards and councils. I've been on the Animal Control Board, West End Task Force Chair, and also with Councilman Boyette on the Zoning Commission. I've been here, and also my uncle was manager airport, and my other uncle was the fire battalion chief here. So I wanted to ask, when we get a fire call, why the fire truck goes out and not our rescues? Because that's very, very expensive, because man down, you go out, it's very expensive to run a fire call out. And we have, if I'm your mayor, is it 2 rescues we have in Billings, correct?
Not yet, but if the public safety mill levy is approved, that's the goal. So I think the short answer is they don't go out because they don't exist.
Okay.
But they might.
They were using them as squads before, and they're using them as brush trucks now, correct?
Correct.
Yes, I think it would be the best interest of the city, to invest on the mill levy, invest in these squads, because squads they call them, they're gonna be so much cheaper and to out instead of putting a fire truck out. So in the future, I do recommend that we get these rescues, because Seattle, their response time is excellent, 23 minutes or something or less than that, the size of Seattle. But I do urge all the council in the future, or future council people, to these work, because once you have your rescue and fire together, they would work together, and it works very well. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comment on non-agenda items this evening here at the library?
I'm not going to reach the microphone.
That's okay. We'll hear you just fine. Up there, that's where the mic is anyway.
My name is Wanda Burns, and I live at 1224 Watson Peak Road. And I wanted to address the disabled parking in the city of Billings. I've noticed since I've been here that the disabled parking has been used for Uber Eats, DoorDash, Pizza Hut, Pizza Ranch, and other issues that need to be dropped off. The current billing fine in the city is $100, and it needs to be increased. Seattle's current increase for parking, disabled parking fees are $450. Adding additional $500 in November. Portland is currently at $265 and looking to up their parking fines. Repeat Seattle offenders are fined $1,000 with 6 months in jail. These offenses have been witnessed by myself and my husband at the Country Inn on Main Street, Walmart, Bull Mountain Grill, and other places here in Billings. And I would like your consideration about upping the fine for parking in a disabled spot for delivery drop-offs. It's not the people with the tags or the people forget to put the tags up. It's people that are delivering food. And they think it's okay to take a disabled spot just to pick up somebody's order. And it's wrong. Because it just takes that nanosecond for somebody to pull in that needs a disabled spot, they don't have it. And I would like the council and the mayor to consider raising their disabled parking fee. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for calling that to our attention.
Thanks.
We appreciate it, and I hope that's something we can look into. Any other public comment on a non-agenda item? And appreciate your patience.
You're welcome.
I don't see anybody else here in the library. Denise, is there anybody who has used the raise hand feature at the bottom of the screen that's with us online on Zoom? If you're with us on Zoom and you'd like to comment, use that raise hand feature so we know to take you off mute.
I'm not seeing a raised hand, Mayor, so.
Okay. All right, thank you very much. Councilmember Yakovich?
Well, Wanda, I think her name is Wanda?
Yeah.
She so graciously spent all this time here. Could I ask the chief, put him on the spot? I was just curious, I can see when the parking people downtown see that, they're just Johnny on the spot. How do the patrols do that, chief? What, in terms of handicap parking?
Yeah, I mean, certainly if we see that, it's enforceable, but again, it's prioritization, running from call to call. A lot of these are in, private parking lots. As the speaker indicated, the Country Inn suites, we don't go by there a lot. Our volunteers are writing tickets at one point, even in fire zones, in some of the big commercial things, and had some issues with that. So, yeah, it's just a matter of seeing the violation and writing a ticket for it. We do have the authority.
Thank you, Chief.
Chief, do you have any idea how long it's been at $100?
As long as I can
So the
remember.
late 1800s?
Yeah. Yeah, that's what you got, yeah, with your wagon there.
Okay, that might be something we could, just adjust by inflation, if nothing else. It might be thousands of dollars.
Yeah, Mayor, I think it was like $50 and then went up to the $110 that it is now, but it's been a while.
So maybe that's something we can follow up with a little investigation. Thank you again. Okay, and that then concludes our public comment on non-agenda items. We've got a quick wrap-up item here. Councilmember Purington?
Well, I just wanted to comment on that because I've been a proponent ever since I've been on council that we raise our fines as a deterrent. I don't know if I mentioned it here or not, but I know one gal that she went through a school zone and she was on her cell phone. I think she got a bill of $450 and she said, dang, I'll never do that again. And as I've said before, I do like to drive at least 5 miles over the speed limit. Don't follow me around. But I think if I knew I was going to pay a lot more than what I know that I'm going to pay, it would make a difference. So I do think increasing fines in Billings is a deterrent.
Thank you very much. Any council initiatives this evening? Councilmember Tricky?
Yeah, voting is key to a republic. It is the baseline of everything that we do. If we don't trust the process, if we don't trust what's going on, we have a lot of problems there. The biggest thing that worries me in the United States these days is that the overall process really has not been examined in a very, very, very long time. It really was a real surprise to me to find out that in our election, we had to have 4 elections of 4 or more people on it in order to have a primary. Now, I don't know about anybody else, but in my mind, allowing us to elect somebody with 25% of the vote plus 3 votes does not enable a government that represents the middle. It does not represent a government, it does not create a government that allows us to talk and engage and compromise. What it does is it enables a government of extremes. So while I'm not going to ask us tonight to step up and pay for a primary, even though I think that we really should, I've talked to enough of you to know that it's not going to happen. I do want us to think about what kind of government are we getting, because we're allowing 30% to be the defining winner takes all.
Yeah, I thank you. I think you're just kind of giving comment that might be a future initiative, I guess is how I'd interpret that, was how we could drive that forward at some point in the future. Okay, I'm not seeing any other initiatives, so we're about to adjourn. But before I hit the gavel, I just want to and thank Councilmember Purington for reminding me of this. Gavin Walcher, are you still awake? No, he's not. Or he doesn't want to admit it there. I don't know if Gavin is with us anymore or not, but he and his staff over these past months have bent over backwards to allow us to operate here effectively for the benefit of the public. He's been very accommodating. He's been here every night himself. His staff has been here. And we're very appreciative and very fortunate to have this building. We didn't have this even a few years ago, so it would have been very difficult. So hats off to all of the staff of the Billings Public Library. Thank you, and frankly, I hope we never see you again in this context, but don't be offended. So a little virtual as we go out, just a virtual hand clap for Gavin and his crew, and he can watch this some other evening. With that, then, we're adjourned.